your aviation minds, we're going for a spin in Top Gun. Here we are watching the one and only Maverick and Goose as they do a famous flyby. However, they are becoming harder to see. They must have just flown into the vibrant orange sunset. But wait, it's only 3. How could there be a sunset? Unless... It's explosions! Here come the enemy planes at 2, 5, 9 o'clock. They got him. They're closing in on him, closing fast. Maverick and Goose, break. They made it. That was a miracle, but they're running on empty. Next stop, gasoline. As the planes come screeching to a stop, the workers anxiously run out to fill up the tanks. I read on the side, made with beef? Wait, that's not how the movie goes. But what if gasoline really was made with beef? You're telling me I can eat a McDonald's Big Mac and put my leftovers into that airplane? I mean, that is the perfect definition of hamburger helper. But before we get ahead of ourselves, let's take a step back. You're probably wondering, how does any of this have anything to do with why I'm standing before you today? Good afternoon, my name is Katie Sears of the P-STIR FFA chapter. And as a meat science enthusiast, my recent studies show an innovation that involves using beef byproducts such as beef fat or tallow as an ingredient, and you guessed it, jet fuel. Which brings us to today's question. How can rendered beef products play a role in the aviation industry? To fully answer this, we must take a look at our 3 areas of analysis. First, how does the aviation industry currently source and produce their own jet fuel? Second, how can rendered beef products be turned into aviation fuel? And finally, what are the benefits and limitations of this technology? Let's take a look at our first area of analysis. How does the aviation industry currently source and produce their own jet fuel? Well, according to the CDC, jet fuels are produced by blending and refining several crude oil products, such as naphtha, gasoline, and kerosene, to meet specific military and commercial standards. Carefully crafted with additives, jet fuel will not freeze at low temperatures or ignite at high temperatures. However, this does require the mining of fossil fuels, which has been known to harm our environment. Scientists have been looking for ways to make safe but sustainable jet fuel. This is where the beef tallow comes into play. Not only have scientists found that beef tallow can be used as a source of aviation fuel, but they have also reported on its environmental benefits. According to the Environmental and Energy Study Institute, carbon dioxide is the largest component of all aircraft emission, accounting for approximately 70% of all exhaust. This plays a considerable role in the greenhouse gas emissions effect. It is also reported that the aviation industry currently holds up to 9% of all global emissions. With beef tallow being used as a source of aviation fuel, all aviation-related carbon emissions would decrease by 25%. Although it isn't eliminated completely, any strides towards protecting our environment should be seen as justifiable. Don't you agree? Yes, I know it sounds crazy that the same piece of fat that is within your favorite prime rib steak can also be flying at a maximum altitude of 42,000 feet in the air. From the ground to the air, the future of agriculture is soaring with innovation. But how does it work? Engineers use high water pressures and high temperatures to strip the free fatty acid from the oil and fats from your slaughtered animals. Next, the free fatty acids are placed into a reactor to remove the carbon dioxide. Depending on the type of livestock species being used, the engineers are left with 15 to 17 hydrocarbons. Regardless of the type of fat being used, these first few steps will always remain the same. The remaining steps involve the engineers breaking up the hydrocarbons and changing their physical and chemical characteristics to match the carbon content of any fuel we would like to create. In simpler terms, waste fat from animals are turned into an oil using a rendering process and separated into its purest components to be used in the production of aviation fuel. Companies like United Airlines have already made strong investments in this new technology by purchasing over 15 million gallons of renewable jet fuel just this year, followed by FedEx and Southwest Airlines with at least 3 million gallons purchased. The public market is making strong investments in this new technology, causing it to catch fire across the nation. Who knew that the cattle we see in pastures on the side of the road, or at the San Antonio Livestock Show, would soon be up in the ranks as one of the most innovative ideas in aviation history? With all this talk about how the fuel works, let's take a look at our final area of analysis, the benefits and limitations of this technology. In December of 2024, the regular price of jet fuel was $3.28 per gallon. This renewable jet fuel is slightly more expensive. However, 25% of all aviation-related carbon emissions will decrease if it is used. According to Dr. William Roberts, professor of mechanical and aerospace engineering at NC State, this new fuel cuts carbon outputs and burns cleaner than regular fuels used today. Many fuels today are made with ethanol, which comes directly from corn, causing the fuel industry to compete with food and livestock feeds. With corn being the most diversely used crop in the nation, it becomes necessary to look for products and industries that are not as competitive. This is where beef tallow comes into play. With beef tallow, the livestock that ranchers would typically cull can now be used in the production of aviation fuel instead. This strategy is 30% less expensive than typical options such as corn or canola oil. If you are an agriculturalist, you've definitely heard the saying that we like to use everything but the moo. When beef cattle are slaughtered, 99% of the animal is used for meat and other byproducts. With this new technology, processors can implement a more diverse way to use the whole slaughtered animal and therefore prevent animal waste. However, it does become challenging when using these sources of fats as biodiesel because they often contain contaminants that have to be removed before they can be used in the engine. Going along with challenges, this new fuel adds $1.10 to the current price of jet fuel. With all this in mind, it is important that producers and aviation experts both have a good understanding of how this fuel works before deciding if the benefits truly outweigh the cost. As you can see, this new technology has proven to be successful, but it has its obvious benefits and drawbacks. By having a better understanding of how aviation fuel is currently made, how rendered beef products can be turned into aviation fuel, and the benefits and limitations of this technology, it is evident that we as agriculturalists need to take a better look at where our industry is taking us. The agriculture industry continues to achieve at high levels, where the saying the cow jumped over the moon comes true. Well, kind of. We may not be able to literally pack our fuel tanks with the McDonald's McRib, but the idea that livestock can play a role in reducing aviation global emissions is a huge discovery that has tremendous potential in protecting our precious environment. Thank you.
All right. When did these research trials start and how long did they take?
So the research trial started about in 2007 is when this idea started coming about, and they started being put in an engine around 2016 is the record that I could find. And they've rapidly grown in popularity to where now airlines that you see every day are using them.
And have these airlines patent them, or who approved them?
I would believe that the patent is by the company who started it, which I can't really trace back to exactly this is the company that started it, but it has grown and there are multiple factories all over the United States. There's one in Texas that I talked to. It's called Green Diesel, and they were at the Texas State Convention this year, and I talked to them.
Where do you see the greatest source of byproduct coming from?
I would say mainly in beef. There are 900,000 cattle that are slaughtered in America alone every single day alone. So I would say just in beef in general, there's fats coming off of animals constantly. At least 1% of every single animal is complete waste going back into our environment negatively. So picture if we take at least 1% of every single cattle that is slaughtered every single day in America alone and put it back into our world positively, how much that would affect the carbon impact on our environment.
But do you see it coming from cattle that are through the feed yards or culled animals, or predominantly byproduct of going through the feed yard and a byproduct of the
Yes.
fat coming off of that? And then the other question I have, do you have any idea of, you said that the fat contained a problem, okay, or something harmful for, do you know of what those compounds might be?
So I just know that it contains contaminants, certain contaminants that is in any fat that has to be stripped away before they can be used in an engine, or your engine will just get clogged. So it can be put in the engine, but it will harm your engine, and you will have to, you will have problems. It will break down. You could have major problems, especially if you're flying. So they have to remove all that so that it will be clean and your engine can run longer without any maintenance problems. And the main source is really just every beef product with everything. Okay, thank you.
Make the road.
Three knocks. 3 knocks is all it took to shatter my world. My middle school counselor stood in the doorway, calling me over. She told me to bring my stuff because I was not going to be coming back to class. She had left me completely in the dark about what was so dire that I need to be pulled out of class, guiding me to this secluded room that I didn't even know existed in our school. But it was only once I got to that room, though, that I realized what truly had happened. My grandparents, my uncle, and the school principal all sat at a conference table, watching me enter that room with nothing but sorrow on their faces. My mind that had been previously flooded with all these thoughts about what I could have done wrong was immediately silenced, leaving nothing but one lonesome thought. My mother was gone. She'd been hospitalized 2 months prior due to liver failure, causing bile to leak all throughout her body, leaving her unable to function without life support. For 2 months, we desperately waited, hoping the donor would show up who could provide the liver that could save my mother's life. But it was too late. You see, there are currently untold numbers of people on our current donation list that have had to go through such traumatic situations like myself, each one dreading the information that they may receive the next day. But every one of these instances of long-term hospitalization can be traced back to one root problem. There just are not enough organs to go around. My name is Jacob Baker from the James E. Taylor FFA chapter, and today I plan to take you on a walk throughout history that may open up your eyes to new perspectives in the field of organ transplantation, focusing mainly on one that I resonate most personally with, that being xenotransplantation. You see, before 1984, there were very few laws put in place to regulate the purchasing of organs for transplantation, with mainly the large countries getting the vast majority of all these organs due to their superior economies and higher populations. In order to combat this imbalance, the US Congress passed the National Organ Transplant Act, or NOTA, in 1984, effectively banning all sales of organs for transplantation, with violations of this law being punishable by up to 5 years in prison and a fine of $50,000. In order to put in place that fair organ donation system, the Organ Procurement and Transplant Network was created so that potential matches could be paired together and more lives could be saved on a global level. Despite the fact that this system definitely did boost donation numbers, our world is still in a massive deficit, leaving countless numbers of people in similar situations to mine. But we've been researching and making progress in many different fields, with the one that may be the most promising being xenotransplantation, the process of grafting and transplanting skin and organs from one animal to another, utilizing gene editing technology to make that organ suitable for human donation. Now, despite what you may think, xenotransplantation is not a new topic of discussion. You see, the first reported genetic modification of an animal happened in 1974, performed by the virologist Rudolf Janisch, when he was able to successfully inject the SV40 virus into early-stage mouse embryos. Despite the early success of this technique, it is now almost completely overshadowed by our newer and more modern technologies. We are currently using CRISPR-Cas9 to go into pig organs to knock out 2 genes necessary for organ development, stopping the pig from forming a pig kidney, creating what Wired called a niche or microenvironment, where we can grow a humanized kidney in its place. Now, of course, we didn't start with human experimentation for such an endeavor. Instead, we utilized a sample of 5 baboons, each with a heart placed inside their abdomen, not replacing their heart, but instead just residing in the body of the monkey, all while giving it the proper immunosuppressant drugs necessary to keep the organ from being attacked by the baboon's immune system. This 2016 study shattered previous records, with the mean amount of time a heart survived being 433 days. But in an even more amazing turn of events, one of these hearts even managed to survive 945 days, or 2.5 years. Now, ultimately, despite the fact that these organs were unable to be sustained by the baboon's immune system, this study shows some serious promise for what's to come in the future of xenotransplantation. As stated by the leader of the study, Mohammed Mohiuddin, we've done these experiments in the abdomen primarily to understand the mechanism of organ rejection and to test strategies to extend cardiac xenograft survival, allowing us to gain a better understanding of how, even in its current form, xenotransplantation could be used as a temporary solution to extend that period of time that we have to wait for a suitable donor to arise. Now that we've had the time to talk about all the research that has gone into this study, I feel it is finally time that we get down to the brass tacks of what this organ transplantation method actually is. Now, as I mentioned before, we're utilizing CRISPR-Cas9 to knock out genes necessary for organ development, where we instead grow a human kidney in its place. Now, despite what you may think, we are now closer than ever to achieving our goal of fulfilling that growing need for organs in our country. It took us close to 50 years just to be able to grow a porcine organ that contains 65% human DNA, not even reaching a mature stage. But we've been researching and making a lot of progress, and as with all technology, this field is rapidly advancing. November 25th, 2024, Dr. Robert Montgomery and his disciple, Dr. Jamie Locke, alongside companies like eGenesis, UKidney, United Therapeutics, and Revivicor, accomplished something never before seen in the field of xenotransplantation, successfully transplanting a pig kidney into a living, breathing patient, that person being Tawana Looney. The surgery ended up lasting well beyond 7 hours and involved both of those previously mentioned doctors, but as a result, her life has been saved, with her being the first and only current patient in the entire world that has lived for longer than 2 months with one of these xenografted pig organs, revolutionizing this field as we know it. Tawana Looney is one of the most selfless people I have ever seen. She did not hesitate to give up one of her kidneys to donate to her mother, who desperately needed it. But what she did not anticipate was that this decision would completely change her life. Later on down the line, she had complications during child labor, leading to her last remaining kidney being damaged beyond repair. So it was only a matter of time before that damaged kidney gave out on her. She was kept on dialysis for 8 years straight, with her only chance of getting an organ donation completely slipping away, because she developed so many antibodies that would completely debilitate any human organ transplant. Due to the direness of her situation, the FDA approved her application to get a xenografted pig organ transplanted instead of that human organ. And while she was skeptical at first, she's now leading this field as an icon of what xenotransplantation has to offer. And the people of these organ donations that are on the organ donation system need that person to look up to, because their chances are slim to none of getting an organ donation. You see, there are currently over 100,000 people just in the United States on the waiting list for their desired organs. And each day, 17 of those people die as they're unable to receive their organs in time. My late mother being one of them. The decision our country faces in the coming year is a dire one for sure. Do we continue down the potentially promising field that is xenotransplantation? Or do we take a leap of faith, attempting to find an alternative solution to fulfill this growing need for organs in our country? No matter what decision our country has to make, we need to decide fast, because every day, another 17 people, like me, are gonna have to lose someone very close to them. Thank you.
So the difference between the xenotransplantation and the normal human organ transplantation, I know that the time is a big difference, but what is the price difference between the two?
So the price difference involving the organ transplantation of a pig organ into a human, right now it is very pricey. In fact, just the CRISPR treatment to get that pig organ transplanted is roughly $20,000. And the issue with that is because there's practically no competition to this. Robert Montgomery, as I mentioned before, he is leading this field as practically one of the only competitors. And so if we were to increase the competition in this field so that way we can get more people like genetically modifying these organs. That way we can go in and have more people getting them from different sources and have the regulation necessary to provide those organs at a safe amount. We can overall lower that price and just ensure that the people are getting these organs for a price that is possible for them to afford. That way, even the people who cannot afford that $20,000 price still have the opportunity to get that organ transplanted into them and save their lives.
I know you touched on it a little bit, but what are some of the regulatory affairs, like the FDA issues that you did see with this?
Well, up until actually just recently, this past 2 weeks, when the story about Tawana Looney came out, the FDA had been very dicey in deciding to actually approve this bill because it involves a heavily controversial thing, that being CRISPR. Because that genetic modification, that leads to a very rapid downward slope in which people can overall just see that as a negative thing. But the thing is, seeing the success with Tawana Looney, they've now approved actually going in, and within the coming years, we can now actually start doing more studies on living patients and just ensuring that we can actually make these people get the organs that they need to receive. Now, regarding to the actual regulation of when they're raising the pigs, what they're actually doing is they're keeping them in facilities that are similar to feedlots, except they're cleaner and much nicer and kind of appeal. Imagine kind of like the typical laboratory that you'll see in a movie, and just maybe add a feedlot in there. And that's basically what you'll be expecting. These pigs are being maintained at a very high standard because they're so important for maintaining the organs inside of them. And they need to be kept in a very clean environment so that way the organs do not be contaminated with any sort of disease. And so the regulatory aspects really just come in with disease prevention and ensuring that they are being ethically raised.
What are the determining factors for success of transfer?
Well, with Tawana Looney, the thing is, the organ was actually specifically grown from her stem cells. So basically they harvested them early in the process, because as I mentioned, this was an 8-year ordeal. She had been on dialysis for a very, very long time. And so it took a while for us to be able to get that organ to her. And so basically with Tawana Looney, it was specifically made for her to fit almost perfectly for her body. And there's been a bunch of different gene edits that actually happen inside the organs that we're transplanting. So for example, in Tawana Looney, even if it wasn't that perfectly matched pig organ, we made 10 gene edits. That way we can make sure that 6 of them were actually corresponding to the growth of the pig kidney, because their kidney is going to be much larger than ours. And the other 4 were to ensure that the immunosuppressants of the actual human immune system would not catch on to that organ being there. And so we're just basically trying to work to ensure that this organ is getting transplanted at least an equal chance of being accepted as a human organ. But honestly, if you want to ask my personal opinion, I think that we can actually go in and make it so that way we're completely, or at least partially, suppressing the human immune system without medication, because we can go in and change the genes and make sure that it's not getting picked up by that human immunosuppressants.
Thank you.
Beep, beep, beep. Did you hear that? That's my phone alarm telling me it's time to get up. Every morning from about June to March, my routine consists of getting up, going to the barn, feeding livestock, and then getting ready for school. Some days it's not so bad, but there are some days where I just want to sleep in. Those mornings when it's 20 degrees and I have to go chip water buckets, or when the mud is so thick because it's rained for 10 days straight. Even days in the summer when it's already in the 80s with 100% humidity. Each one of these days I head to the barn to feed my livestock. Why do I do this? It's to feed my sheep that I raise for my Supervised Agriculture Experience Program in FFA. A part of my personal program is to learn how to feed animals effectively and efficiently. This got me thinking, what exactly am I feeding my animals? Is the feed I'm feeding safe? Has it changed from the time my parents fed animals in FFA? Hello, I'm
I'm Kaylee Watkins from the Kilgore FFA chapter. I'm here to speak with you for a few minutes today about the animal feed industry. Have you ever thought about the challenges of the feed industry? You may not, but I have. Before talking about the challenges, let's first discuss the industry a little more and dive into some of its history. In the 1960s era of change around the world, animals' feed were no different. They began to change from just corn to better rations, with combinations of corn, vitamins, and minerals needed by animals. Before the feed industry realized that most doesn't always mean the best, feed consisted of fatty acids and saturated fats. Now feed consists of high-energy products such as molasses and high protein such as corn. One day, I was on social media and I came across two pictures. The first was the Houston Livestock Show Grand Champion Market Hog of 2019. He was super fresh and had an amazing loin. The second was the Houston Livestock Show Grand Champion Market Hog of 1942. Now, I don't mean this to be rude, because what was considered ideal then is different from today, but that had to be the fattest pig I have ever seen. Comparing livestock from the 1960s to now is like comparing a rock to a gorilla. They just have nothing in common. The current show ring winners have a clean front, with muscling and are fresh, which means they have a youthful and hydrated look. Years ago, freshness and muscling didn't matter. The industry standard was short, deep, and excessively fat livestock. Why have the industry standards in livestock changed so drastically through the years? The industry is like every other. As science and technology advances, we learn more, which helps to drive trends. From wearing the latest name brands, having the end foam, to carrying that Stanley water bottle, trends drive what we buy. The same factors exist in livestock. The industry changes to mirror the latest styles. What style will it be this year? How do we achieve these different looks? Well, the first is with genetics. The second is with what your animal is fed. With changing demands, there will be a new feeder additive that thoughts their product give a showman their desired look. Scientific advances and research, along with animal nutritionists, have opened the doors to a wide variety of feeds and additives that are on the market for whatever a livestock producer may need. The American Feed Industry Association, or AFIA, is the association that most all feed manufacturers belong to. The AFIA is continually devoting resources to develop and increase the ability of feeds and additives in the livestock industry. Developing and producing a quality feed does not come without its own set of challenges. One of the challenges the feed industry faces is ingredient shortages. The ever-changing product line creates a strain on the supply of ingredients. According to the Feed and Grain magazine, the animal feed industry is currently facing a grain shortage, which is a main ingredient in almost all feeds today. COVID greatly affected the supply chain, and it has yet to recover. Transportation challenges continue to affect the grain industry. These include congestion at ports to inadequate rail service. The ongoing war in Ukraine continues to impact supply chains, which only boosts wheat and corn prices. Constant Coleman, AFIA President and CEO, states, "While we've made great gains over the past year in resolving supply chain issues at America's ports, the U.S. animal feed industry is continuing to navigate the global shift in grain and fertilizer supplies due to Russia's invasion of Ukraine and higher energy costs, increasing pressure throughout the marketplace. Volatility in the market is expected to continue until markets are stabilized, which doesn't look to be anytime soon." Another challenge the feed industry faces is climate. Weather-related issues are a large reason there are ingredient shortages. Unpredictable weather creates a special set of challenges for those who produce animal feed products. Feed manufacturers constantly have to work with crop producers to keep their supply levels adequate. Feed manufacturing can be a very unpredictable job because you never know if you're going to have the ingredients to produce your product. Labor challenges continue to affect all industries, and the animal feed industry is no exception. The COVID pandemic caused a serious deterioration in America's workforce, one that continues to suffer today. Agriculture in general faces a huge challenge as less and less people work in these areas. In addition, agriculture companies continue to entice employees with financial incentives, flexible work schedules, and increased wages. The final challenge I will speak about today is the increased expense to produce animal feed products. Think of the feed industry as a circle. As the production cost of feed rises, this causes the price of feed for livestock producers to increase. This means it becomes more expensive to buy meat, and that expense is ultimately passed on to the consumer. Studies show that the cost of feed has risen 16% since 2021. This is a huge challenge in the feed industry because as the cost of feed rises and it becomes too expensive to raise livestock, producers sell out. These sellouts reduce the demand for quality meat products, yet feed manufacturers still have money invested in research and manufacturing. The ripple effect of large-scale animal reduction ultimately hurts producers, manufacturers, and farmers producing products for feed rations. After taking an in-depth look at all the aspects of the feed industry, from its history to its constant obstacles that the AFIA, feed manufacturers, and producers face, I am very appreciative of all the animal food products on today's market. In today's modern livestock era, it is important that feed manufacturers work hand in hand with crop producers to meet the ever-rising demand for quality meat products. The next time you venture into Tractor Supply or a local feed store and see a large variety of feeds and additives, I hope you will appreciate all the work that goes into producing that product. I know I will. Thank you.
Can you give me some of like the statistics that you found interesting for the labor challenges specifically?
Yes, ma'am. So because we are having impacts such as the COVID pandemic and weather challenges, we are having less people work in these industries. And as the population rises and it's expected to be 10 billion by 2050, we need more people in these industries. And because of that, we need to figure out new ways to produce more products at a faster rate. And I found that artificial intelligence and machine learning are having new advances on streamlining our products so that we can get those out to producers or consumers faster, such as like our feed products. We can get those out faster so that we can feed more livestock, so that we can feed more people. And so I think those are some different things that I've learned within our trying to work around our labor challenges.
So one of the biggest things Texas has a problem with in their corn transportation stuff is keeping the levels of aflatoxin and fumonisin down, especially during when it's not harvest season. So with the climate change and all the weather, how are these Texas producers keeping those mold levels down for feed mills?
Yes, ma'am. So because we are having a lot of weather challenges like drought and we have big freezes, we are having our corn producers facing those challenges. And so I think that's a big problem that we need to work around. And I think that they're trying to find more advances on how to fix that. And I will look forward to researching that further.
Why is the Ukraine war having so much impact
Yes, sir.
within the feed industry?
Yes, sir. So because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we are having challenges such as our trades being blocked, and so that we aren't importing, or the Ukraine is not exporting the goods that we need to produce our feed. And we are also having challenges like tariff restrictions. So because they're exporting, there's a certain amount of exports that they can have out of the country until they have to pay a tariff on it. And there's also limits with that. And so because we, 25 countries, 25 countries depend on 50% of their grain coming from Russia and Ukraine. And so because we aren't being able to get those grains from Ukraine because of the Russia invasion of Ukraine, we are seeing that impact the feed industry because we're not being able to produce as much feed to feed our livestock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. How are you? Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you? Good afternoon, how are you?
Alright, whenever you're ready.
I would like to begin with the recent publication from the Texas Farm Credit Knowledge Center titled 10 Reasons Why Agriculture is Great for the Youth. In the article, it talks about time management, leadership, work ethic. Yet, the one that stuck out and left an impression on me was to know the art and the value of being able to communicate effectively. I repeat, to know the art and the value of being able to communicate effectively. Now, isn't that just powerful? Good afternoon, judges. My name is Nicolas Jeronimo Guerra, and I'm from Rio Grande City, Texas. I am a 5th generation cattle rancher and currently raise a small herd of registered Brahman heifers. And I selected embryo transfer as my topic today. So, ma'am, you might be asking yourself, why exactly have I selected embryo transfer as my topic today? I recently found myself in an unfamiliar territory as I try to navigate the future with my Brahman show heifer herd. I've had the pleasure of visiting and meeting some of the finest families in the business as I search for my first Brahman show heifer. Respect, integrity, and passion for promoting the breed is what I'm counting. Today, I will cover what is embryo transfer, what are the list of procedures of embryo transfer, what are the benefits of embryo transfer, and how this topic is beneficial for my herd and yours. So let's begin. What is embryo transfer? Embryo transfer is the advanced reproductive technology and a tool that can help you produce more embryos from a superior cow and help extend the impact of outstanding genetics. Well-established ET providers such as Transworld Genetics give you the option to do the service in-sensor or on farm. It is the extraction of embryos from a donor female after she has been given hormonal treatment to super ovulate. So, you might be asking yourself, why do we super ovulate in cattle? We super ovulate in cattle to get the maximum amount of extractable embryos. Usually, this procedure is done on females with superior genetics. What exactly is considered a female with superior genetics? Well, most of the time it's based off phenotype, low birth weight, cavities, and whatever best fits your operation. So, now that you selected a donor, what's next? Next, you'll need to find a recipient that will share no genetic qualities with the donor. The recipient will simply act as a surrogate. Both donor and recipient must be on the same estrus cycle in order for the embryos to survive. So, what is estrus? Estrus is a cycle and secretion of hormones in a heifer. Usually, both donor and recipients are given 2 injections of lutulase to synchronize their estrus cycle. The donor is given a follicle-stimulating hormone, and it usually takes around 6 days for the embryos to travel to the uterus until they are ready to be flushed. Did you know that this process has been around since 1975? And now, due to research and improvements, the procedure is now done non-surgically. The ET specialist administers lidocaine to reduce stress on the donor. A catheter with saline is inserted to prevent the loss of any embryos. While the donor is being flushed, the uterus is being massaged, while the embryos are being transported in a flush media via tubes. Once the procedure is over, the ET specialist will administer penicillin to reduce the risk of any infections. The next step is done in a lab setting, where they will be tested and determined to find the age and quality of development of the embryos. There are no guarantees, but a successful extraction could give you up to 7 to 10 transferable embryos per gut. Keep in mind that extreme environmental temperatures can reduce the rate at which embryos develop. In fact, in warmer months, there was a 50% conception rate, while in colder months, there was a 90% conception rate. Ladies and gentlemen, embryo quality drives success. According to researchers at the University of Illinois, found out that 73% of pregnancy failures following the implantation of embryos are partially due to the implantation of poor quality embryos. Embryos are graded off a scale of 1 through 4 based off quality and appearance. The International Embryo Transfer Society has created this system to help define embryo quality. 1 is classified as great, 2 is classified as good, 3 is classified as 4, and 4 is classified as either dead or degenerate. Studies report that the highest rate of conception comes from embryos that are classified as either excellent or good. Now let's sum up what we have covered already. Invest in excellent quality, #1 rated embryos, choose optimal recips, maximize estrous synchrony, and use proper transfer techniques. Allowance must be made in the breeding program to help ensure and maintain proper success rates. It takes a shift in mindset to achieve optimal results. Now, what exactly are the benefits of embryo transfer? The benefits of embryo transfer are to produce more embryos from a superior cow in a brief period of time. What exactly are the financial benefits? For this example, I'm going to be using BRC Ranch, whom I had the pleasure of going to multiple other leadership camps. In 2024, 54% of calves born that year on their ranch were embryo calves. I would also like to add that this is a ranch that is leading the industry in research, and they have just proven my point. They sold 89 head of high-end donor quality females for an average of $32,548 per head. That is over a whopping $2.8 million in 1 year. I repeat, $2.8 million in 1 year. In addition, they sold 353 frozen embryos worldwide. So yes, I do value the art of being able to communicate effectively, whether that's selling my registered Brahman heifers, giving reasons in livestock judging competition, or advocating for the Texas Youth Livestock Ambassador Program. I will continue to be an advocate and a voice for young people my age. Thank you for your time, judges.
So with the different anatomy and physiology of Bos indicus versus Bos taurus cattle, how is it different when implementing the embryos?
Yes, ma'am. So Bos indicus cattle, which would be your Brahmins, they thrive better in warmer months. And so due to that, as I mentioned in my speech, the conception rates, how in warmer months there was a 50% conception rate, and in colder months there was a 90% conception rate. So the thing with Brahmins is that since they are Bos indicus, you can actually leave them in South Texas. I know me and along with my other friends, we actually show Brahmin heifers in South Texas. And so I know I have other friends that they show haired cattle such as Bos taurus. And like I mentioned in my speech, Transoa Genetics, which is in College Station. So what a lot of people will do is that they will actually ship their cattle to College Station to prevent the failure of embryos. But for us Bos indicus people, we don't have to worry about that. That was a great question, ma'am. Thank you.
So I know that you highlighted kind of what the revenues look like with ET, but can you give me more descriptions of the costs that are incurred and kind of what the financial balance sheet would look like with it?
Yes, ma'am. That is a great question. So the average cost for embryo transfer on cattle would be anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000. The average is usually around $3,500. But I cannot stress this enough. People are always like, oh my God, $35,000, that's so much. But what you have to realize, you're not spending $35,000. You are investing into the future of your herd. And so a lot of people come to me like, $35,000, that's a lot. And I tell them, you have to realize you're not spending $35,000. You will make much more. Let's say, for example, you, man, you have a Brahman heifer and you do embryo transfer. You get 8 embryos. Let's say you sell each one of those embryos and they turn into female heifers. You can sell each of those heifers for $2,000 per head. That's $1,600, and $16,000, and so that's going to be way more than $3,500. So yes, it is an investment into your herd and your future. That was a great question, man. Thank you.
What is your opinion on transferring the conventional embryo versus IVF?
Yes, sir. That's a great question. So I believe that embryo transfer is the future of the livestock industry. I know my brother, for example, it's not going to work on most heifers, on some heifers. My brother, he has a Brahman heifer, and she didn't want to take the embryo. She didn't want to take the semen, so we had to breed her in a natural. But I believe with the right resources and the right places like Transworld Genetics, you can get more embryos, and it'll be way better and more cost efficient. So yes, I know that the natural breeding and regular is the old time, but I believe that embryo transfer will be the future of the livestock industry and more importantly, the Brahman industry. That is a great question, sir. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for your time, man.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Whenever you're ready.
The icebergs are melting, the sea level is rising, drought is widespread in Texas, the ozone layer is thinning, and the world's average temperatures are rising each year. These are the headlines across the world about one thing: global warming. But everyone's scapegoat isn't a goat at all. It's a cow. I'm Campbell Jordan from the Vandergrift FFA chapter, and I'm here to shed light on the dairy dilemma: how we get more milk with less methane. If you look at any chart on greenhouse emissions, you're almost sure to find a cow's derriere as a top offender. According to The Economist, cattle account for 7% of man-made greenhouse gas emissions. Just one cow can produce up to 500 liters of methane per day. While it may seem like I'm full of hot air here, it matters which kind. Methane traps 28 times more heat in the atmosphere than carbon dioxide, meaning our cattle are contributing to heating up the planet. While people in Austin may be opting for plant-based milks and alternative diets, the global demand for cattle, both beef and dairy, will increase with the growth in global population. According to The Economist, the global demand for milk will increase by 17% by 2033. Making up for this significant gap in production will require intentional investigation to avoid reckless repercussions. Let's take a trip to the other side of the world. The average cow in Africa produces just 1.6 liters of milk per day. However, the climates in those primary producing regions aren't all that different from those in Texas. A standard American bred dairy cow produces anywhere from 25 to 30 liters of milk per day. Everything may be bigger and better in Texas, but in reality, the US dairy industry thrives on its long history of selective breeding and extensive research. The United States has a high production efficiency solely due to the amount of data collected by private companies, university research programs, and even family farms. In our data-driven world, the big question is, how do we optimize production while minimizing our environmental impact? And, or, how can we harvest the methane produced and use it for good? While zero emissions might not be a goal in sight yet, if we can harvest the methane produced and use it for something productive, it could still reduce the carbon footprint of our cattle. Allow me to introduce the fart backpack. Have you ever heard the expression, it's better to burp and taste it than to fart and waste it? Well, Argentina took this very literally and cannulated the rumen of a cow. By making this small opening, they were able to connect a tube to the cannula and direct it into a backpack that the cow wears, making it possible to trap methane naturally produced during active digestion. This innovation from the Argentina National Institute of Agriculture Technology made it possible to convert methane to biogas that can be used to fuel the farm. The biogas from one cow, approximately 300 liters, can be used to fuel the farm for a full day. While fart backpacks can be good for biogas conversion on the go, there are more permanent and practical methods of biogas conversion being used in the United States. The EPA's AgStar initiative promotes the use of anaerobic digesters at dairy farms by offering financial incentives. Anaerobic digestion, to put it simply, works much like the average compost bin. Waste goes in, after some fermentation and bacteria magic, out comes gas and decomposed product. The gas from the digesters can be used to heat barns, homes, and dry out corn. Whatever's left over can be sold back to the grid. This reduces the need for fossil fuels and can also add another stream of revenue. The digestate, or the matter left over, can be used for fertilizer, plant starter pots that are rich in nutrients, and even building materials. Now we know a few potential options for using methane for good, but it would be even better if methane emissions were lower to begin with. Our personal emissions are strongly influenced by our diets, and cattle are no different. Researchers at UC Davis experimented by adding seaweed to the diets of 21 cattle and a control group. Over 5 months, they tracked emissions and weight gain between both groups. Researchers found that the group fed seaweed emitted 82% less methane than the control group, while having the same weight gain. This is a huge win. The seaweed works by inhibiting a methane-producing enzyme in the rumen of the cow, and it does not lose efficacy over time. While more work is needed to implement this at a larger scale, it's encouraging that these results were seen with just 3 ounces of methane per day. The agriculture industry has always kept up with the tradition of feeding the world. But in just 15 years, agriculturists will have an extra 2 billion mouths to feed off of significantly less land and a depleting ozone layer. To make this happen, there needs to be change. The initiatives and innovations we've discussed have one thing in common. They are here to help you and the many generations of Americans to come. Through continued research and creative solutions, producers are working towards a dairy industry that meets rising milk demands while significantly lowering its environmental impact. Thank you.
Tell me what some of these costs incurred for the dairies to be able to put this system in.
The fart backpacks that Argentina created are incredibly low cost, actually. After the cannulation procedure, which is really only a few $100s to create that incision and then add in that plug, the actual fart backpack itself is really just a tube and a sack that's essentially strapped onto the cow, and it's a lot of the same material as something like an inner tube that we would use in a pool, for example, and that would just gradually inflate with methane throughout the day. That EPA AgStar initiative is going to be a lot more costly because they are very, very large silos where they have all of these digesters and that waste that goes in. But that's the reason that AgStar initiative is having a lot of those financial incentives, because it can significantly cut back on those costs for building those different facilities.
Have you looked into any other research trials on other ruminant animals besides cattle?
The only ones I've primarily looked at are cattle, because that's where a lot of that methane is coming from, and that's also where the public's concerns most are. Whenever you see a commercial about methane killing the planet, it's always going to focus on cattle and how those feedlots and dairies are all contributing to harming our planet significantly. Meanwhile, the sheep and the goat that's about a tenth of the size of a cow with a significantly smaller stomach isn't having nearly as large of an impact on our environment and isn't causing the public as much worry.
So you said the extra could go to the grid? What did, clarify that statement for me, please.
So if the dairy is going to have extra biogas that they don't use, so
Okay.
that 300 liters of methane that they're trapping with those fart backpacks, or the approximately 2 million cubic feet of biogas that anaerobic digesters are generating at a lot of those plants in Texas, if, say, that dairy doesn't have to use all of that to light barns, homes, and also fuel their systems on the property, they can then take that biogas, they can direct it back into pipes, and that can be sold back to the city that's nearby, and it can be used to be sold to suburban homes, and then they're able to use that at a lower cost than, say, fossil fuels or electrical.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Whenever you're ready.
Picture this: horses galloping across the vast Texas plains, wild and free, their powerful strides embodying grace and strength. Nearby, cattle graze peacefully under the clear blue sky, their calves frolicking in the fields. Now, imagine the countless hours of effort, innovation, and ingenuity it took to transform these wild herds into the cornerstone of modern agriculture. This journey from wild to refined, from survival to science, is what I will explore with you today. Good afternoon. My name is Alexa Roy from Aledo, Texas, and as a cattle and horsewoman myself, paying attention to these important advances will determine the future of the herds I hope to build. Reproduction in livestock, particularly horses and cattle, has undergone a remarkable evolution. It's a story of how humans, driven by creativity and necessity, harness the power of biotechnology to shape the future of agriculture. And trust me, it's more than just a science. It's a tale of determination and responsibility. So let's take a step back and start at the very beginning, thousands of years ago. Back then, nature was just a matchmaker. Horses ran wild and cattle survived on instinct. Only the strongest and most adaptable animals passed on their genes. While this ensured survival, it didn't give humans much control over traits like temperament, size, or productivity. So early farmers stepped in and had a revolutionary idea. What if we chose the best animals to breed together? This practice, known as selective breeding, laid the foundation for modern livestock improvement. It wasn't perfect, but it worked. Farmers had to haul bulls across the country just to breed a few cows, keep meticulous records by hand, and pray for the best. Let's just say matchmaking wasn't as glamorous as it sounds. But with time came innovation. Structured records, pedigrees, and breed registries emerged. Iconic breeds like Hereford cattle and thoroughbred horses owe their prominence to these early efforts. As a young Hereford breeder myself, I've seen firsthand how this careful selection can create animals that are not only productive, but also profound and competitive. The next big leap came in the early 20th century with artificial insemination, or AI, a groundbreaking development first successfully used in livestock by Russian scientist Ilya Ivanov in the 1920s. For the first time, breeders could use semen from genetically superior sires without transporting the animals themselves. This was revolutionary, reducing costs, improving genetic diversity, and making elite genetics accessible to breeders worldwide. In my own experience raising cattle, AI has been a game changer. It's incredible for small-scale breeders like me who want to improve their herd's genetics with semen that otherwise would have been out of reach. Breeders now have access to the best to compete with the best. But just when I thought things couldn't get more innovative, embryo transfer emerged. This technology allows breeders to produce multiple offspring from a single superior female. Imagine your champion mare or cow not just producing one fuller calf a year, but 10 or more, all carried by surrogate mothers. This technique maximizes genetic impact without overbreeding, and it's been revolutionary in both cattle and equine industries. However, for horses, the journey wasn't easy. In the early days of embryo transfer in the 1990s, success rates were low and procedures were invasive. Over time, advancements like vaginal transfers and refined techniques increased success rates to around 65%. Now, these methods are routine, allowing breeders to push the boundaries of what's possible. Today, we're in an era of precision breeding. While embryo transfer revolutionized genetic impact, the development of IVF opened access to a new world for breeders. Technologies like in vitro fertilization and sex semen have transformed reproduction, offering unprecedented control and precision in livestock breeding. IVF allows breeders to fertilize eggs outside the body, collecting offspring from open cows, pregnant cows, virgin heifers, as well as problematic females that have had problems in conventional breeding attempts. While it's been long successful in cattle, equine IVF is still evolving, with researchers like those at Penn State making incredible strides, achieving a 90% fertilization rate, resulting in the birth of healthy foals. With its cost efficiency, productiveness, and technology, IVF is the leading choice for the progressive producer. But the story doesn't end there. You want a heifer calf from your top producing cow? No problem. Sex semen makes it possible. Sex semen, which separates the X and Y chromosomes with a low cytometer, allows remarkable accuracy for choosing the sex of your offspring. And on top of that, genomic selection offers unprecedented control in changing precise genetics, like improving feed efficiency or heat tolerance. This level of precision was once a dream, but now a reality. Think of it as a genetic crystal ball, guiding decisions with pinpoint accuracy. Looking ahead, the possibilities are as vast as the Texas plains. Cloning, though controversial, offers a way to replicate elite genetics, ensuring the preservation of superior traits. Meanwhile, CRISPR gene editing holds the potential to make precise genetic changes, like improving feed efficiency or heat tolerance. From natural selection to AI to cutting-edge biotechnology, we've made remarkable strides. But with great power comes great responsibility. As we embrace these advancements, it's crucial to balance innovation with ethics, ensuring a future that's sustainable for agriculture and the animals that sustain us. It's time to ask ourselves, how do we ensure animal welfare while pursuing progress? How do we use these tools to create a sustainable and equitable future for agriculture? Where do we draw the line? For me, this isn't just a fascinating topic, it's personal. As someone who's passionate about agriculture and the future of livestock, I've seen firsthand how these advancements have transformed not just herds, but entire livelihoods. From wild to refined, we've come so far, and yet the journey isn't over. It's up to us, the next generation of breeders, to honor the animals that sustain us, push the boundaries of what's possible, and ensure a future where innovation and ethics go hand in hand. Thank you.
So you talked quite a bit about costs that were incurred and all the different options. Can you run through those for me?
Yes, ma'am. So over time, we've had so many different advancements in the reproductive industry. So, like I said, we started with artificial selection, and then artificial insemination to all of these new technologies, and cost is a huge factor with that. So, because technologies are becoming so advanced and more procedures are becoming more common, AI is typically the cheapest option. It's closest to your conventional AI, but then you also have your sex semen AI, which is a little more pricey, determining on the cost of the semen that you purchase. And then with that, the next step would be embryo transfer, where you would pay more money to get that heifer flush or whatever the procedure is, and then IVF is your most expensive option.
If I were to be a commercial producer, what are some cons of IVF and what repercussions am I willing to take for it?
So this is a big question for me because I have a very personal standpoint on IVF. With all this new technology that's coming in, I think that we're taking a big leap of what's too far, especially with ICSI reproduction, which I did leave out of the speech just because it is a very controversial topic. But with IVF production, it's an incredible way for producers to create multiple offspring from a single female. Whenever you have an incredible heifer calf that you've been showing and she's been doing great in all the shows, and you want to bring her into the herd and increase her genetics, it's a great possibility to AI her and then get the IVF from her and increase those genetics. But the big thing that's concerning for a commercial producer, whenever you are doing IVF, it's very easy to flood the market with those genetics. So understanding the balance between how many times can I IVF this heifer and how many times can I get her embryos and all of those things before I'm flooding the market or before I'm producing too many of these and it's not sustainable for my herd or America's herds.
Can you kind of describe the difference in conventional embryo transfer and IVF, and then we'll go ahead and answer that one first, please.
Yes, sir. So with conventional embryo transfer, for cattle at least, so what you're going to do is you're going to synchronize the heifer seed. So you'll do a super ovulation, and you're going to produce the most embryo that you possibly can, and you're going to flush that out. With your typical average heifer, you can get 5 to 7 embryos out of her, but with something that's crazy reproductive, you can get anywhere from 0 to 30 embryos. And with that, you have so many more possibilities for your herd in your future. With IVF reproduction, there's a lot more concern, a lot more cost with it, like what y'all were saying. But it's the same kind of situation, but what you do is you go in and aspirate that embryo, and then you take it out and it's grown in the lab, and then you're able to make that heifer or make the embryo viable by using semen and injecting it into the oocyte.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Okay, perfect. And then y'all don't have to worry about anything about the camera. We'll come in after everyone's done, and then accept it.
Great.
Awesome.
Thank
Thank you.
Cute top.
Thank you.
Alright, so what are some go-to questions outside of? Yeah.
If you can't think of anything that ask What? Oh. She making it. Well, whenever anyway.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, oh. Hi there, y'all take a seat wherever.
Where do you want to sit? I'm gonna sit here. Sit here.
Yeah, that was like another portion of the day was red light.
Yeah, I think in the very front, after they were doing registration,
But I think they had the heat run and it was all computerized. So
think
they
what
had to
else
run
they
that
talked about was
that
that.
work with a central place or something.
No, where did y'all go to school?
I went to Aiden.
Okay.
Ag business.
I just went to the workforce.
Okay, good. Good for you. Yeah. Straight at it.
I did 4-H when I was young. It always depends on where you live. It's which one has the good agent or the active. I'm supposed to it's 90% teaching program. It's you good extension agent or do you good?
And then he like was he good farming?
I have a good extension agent.
Like now.
I'm
the first
Warren Copeland.
Oh yeah.
So there's a lot more kids in 4-H now. I was younger.
Yeah.
We definitely.
I believe for this age, I think the reason why they do that is just because kids are just better. Like I don't feel like there's an education in my speech, and they're just like better than me. You know what I mean?
You're still like good type teachers.
Yeah.
You're not. No. Like you have taught me.
No, yeah, I know, but.
This is a lot of papers.
Don't start with that.
We won't. Oh, I read one here too. Like as you're talking Are we gonna get like I know. I mean, what Baker was like last year.
No, he was, but they, the guy said in no particular order.
No, he said this is the word he was speaking.
Oh.
He was meeting like right now.
Oh. Yeah, he was like, hopefully that's cool. Oh, yeah. And then I thought for me, like, I want to see my pictures because I want to see
You can still work with that.
Instead of actually working.
I got it. But it comes back, right? First of all, into it.
It's like I can't even read it. It's like
Howdy. We're going to get started here in just a moment. What you can expect is she's going to bring each contestant in and present to the judges. We will have a series of questions thereafter. That contestant will then exit the room just to let her know they're finished, and then they may come back in and listen to their fellow comrades, and then we'll bring the next one in. So we have 6 total, and they're all here and ready to present. So thank y'all.
And how long do y'all work between contestants, or you just kind of pop in and somebody gives you a thumbs up on something next one in, or how do y'all work out? Yeah. Okay, sounds good. Are y'all ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
First of all, congratulations on making it to finals.
Thank you.
What we're going to do is I'll start the time for you whenever you start. So on your first word, I'll hit go, and then afterwards, we'll ask you a couple questions.
Man, tractors are getting expensive. The newest John Deere combine at base price is $1,043,978. To put that into perspective, the average land price in Angelina County, where I'm from, is $20,000 per acre. This means I can buy about 100 acres of land for the same price as a tractor. The median house price in Angelina County is $270,700. This means I can buy 3 pretty nice houses for the same price as one tractor. Now, if I spend $1 million on a tractor, not only should it be the best tractor I have ever seen, but it should essentially grant me the liberty to use that investment as I see fit. However, that's not the case in some situations. Have you ever heard of something called the right to repair? Good afternoon. My name is Logan Tucker from the Huntington FFA chapter, and I'm here to tell you why the right to repair is an issue that needs to be talked about more and needs to be resolved. So, what is it? The right to repair is pretty much what it sounds like. In the simplest terms, consumers have the right to make repairs to their purchased devices or equipment. However, advancing technologies have slowly crept their way into the right to repair conversation, since many devices require intricate software that only the product manufacturers have the right to use. While it has been more exposed recently, the right to repair is not a novel concept. The idea was first formulated in the 1920s, when General Motors and other automotive companies wanted to make it more difficult for customers to make repairs to their vehicles, which in turn forced community consumers back to the dealership to purchase new vehicles much sooner. While the automotive industry was one of the first to see the right to repair in action, its impact is now more widespread. Automotive, computer, cellular, heavy equipment, medical, and other industries have accepted the right to repair as a blueprint for consumer benefit. An argument could be made for the benefits, but I believe a stronger argument can be made regarding the negative implications that the right to repair could have on the agriculture industry. For decades, farm equipment was mostly mechanical, which is why farmers liked them. It was less hassle for a farmer to fix a part or problem in the field and back to work as soon as possible. However, because of technological advancements and the agriculture industry's efforts to increase productivity and sustainability, complex software is on board most tractors, combines, and other large equipment. Although a need for improved sustainability was met, some equipment experts propose that this technology is the highest point of failure on these products. This is because when a sensor in the equipment control system fails, it sends an error message to the equipment operator. This message triggers the immobilizer, making the tractor non-usable until the problem is fixed. However, as a result of concern for privacy, copyright, and safety issues, manufacturers withhold access to the software needed to complete the repairs. The solution might seem simple, but American farmers are struggling. The right to repair is costing farmers a pretty penny. Since dealerships and manufacturers are the only places with the software needed to repair these tractors, farmers are obligated to begin the repair process right back at the dealer. If we consider the logistics involved, to get a 2.5-ton piece of equipment loaded, hauled, unloaded, repaired, and then transported back to the farm, we can likely agree on the list of negatives. Just to get it on a truck is $1,000, said a farmer interviewed by Vice. Once the equipment is at the dealership, we can then consider the cost of the repair that needs to be made. We can also consider the time it takes to make these repairs, because time is money, and the right to repair is costing farmers a lot of time. They can't afford this much loss. Many are barely breaking even as it is. This appears to be a problem that has the potential to have a financial snowball effect on the families that put food on our tables. This brings me to the next point. Farmers are the fuel that keep our world spinning. Without the countless hours spent planting, tending, and harvesting, the feed, seeds, and grains that feed livestock, you and I, we would live in a terribly food insecure nation. This means that if farmers are not able to make their own ends meet and are consistently faced with exorbitant invoices for repairs, our food supply could be in trouble. As older tractors become hard to find, farmers will be forced to buy newer models with these sensors. As mentioned earlier though, these sensors are the highest point of failure on these products. With farmers having to take them to the dealership just for minor problems now, they could be out of work for many days. If this starts happening to multiple farmers multiple times a year, the results could be detrimental. While the right to repair has already had a negative impact on farmers, the gears may be shifting in agriculture's favor. On January 3rd, 2023, John Deere and the American Farm Bureau Federation announced a Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU. Deere claims that with this MOU, they have reached an agreement to mitigate growing concerns on the right to repair. Since January of 2023, AFBF has signed 4 additional MOUs covering about 70% of agricultural equipment manufacturers. While these MOUs are a step in the right direction, they are not as strong as government legislation, and many repair activists are calling for a stronger resolution. In fact, some farmers have filed litigation against John Deere in an attempt to bring this issue in front of a court. Since 2001, there has been a decent amount of legislation regarding the right to repair. The issue is, much of this legislation deals with motor vehicles and other day-to-day items. And while this is a benefit to many people, only 16 states have considered right to repair bills specifically for agriculture. Until legislation is passed in all 50 states, farmers will continue to face consistent hardships that could result in negative impact on American agriculture. In 1978, the now famous "So God Made a Farmer" speech was given by Paul Harvey at the 51st National FFA Convention. I can imagine that you covered a pin drop in that room. It was not until 2013, when the speech was included in a Ram Trucks commercial during the Super Bowl, that it truly received the recognition it deserved. The speech took on like wildfire, and people across the country shared on social media and wrote their own stories of farming, ranching, and life as agriculturalists. When God made the farmer, I do not think He intended for their diligence and dedication to tending the land, raising livestock, waking up before dawn to beat the heat of the day, or staying up well past dark to finish the day's work, to simply make ends meet. When God made the farmer, I do not think He intended for their attention to detail and stewarding of the land to nearly require them to cut corners to plant seed, feed the stock they nurture, since their hooves hit the ground, on the very farm they graze, because the parts to repair the cantankerous machinery were more expensive than 6 months worth of groceries to feed a family. I believe, just like Paul Harvey, that the American farmer plays an indispensable role in feeding the world, just as God intended. With government intervention in many aspects of our agriculture industry, just on the horizon, it is more important now than ever to speak up for those who deserve the right to repair. Thank you.
So what would be the specifics of a helpful policy to address this?
A helpful policy is going to focus on multiple things when it comes to the right to repair. So my speech mainly focuses on giving this technology to the farmers themselves so they can fix this $1 million worth of equipment that they bought, right? If they buy a piece of equipment that's worth that much, they should be able to fix it themselves, like they were able to when it was more mechanically minded instead of on the technology side. But something else that I want policy to really hound on is farmers not being able to mess with the emissions controls. That is why Congress is not wanting to do a lot with the right to repair, because if we give the farmers this technology, they're also going to be able to control emissions, and of course that's something Congress doesn't really want to get into with people that would get mad at them if farmers can mess with the DEF and all that kind of stuff. Now, we need to give this technology to the independent repair shops, because that's going to bring down costs for our farmers as well. If they don't have to take it into the dealership or an authorized manufacturer, they can take it into an independent repair shop and get it fixed in a faster time. It's not that far away from their farm, and it will benefit our local communities as well.
One of the issues with all of this is technology has been such a great asset to agriculture. Undoubtedly.
Yes, ma'am.
With even having the ability to fix it, how many are truly going to be capable of working on technology, even if they had the accessibility?
Right.
And how do we bridge that gap?
So this can be seen as one of the cons, so to say, as the right to repair. And I don't believe it's really a con even when you really think about it. See, back in the day when tractors first came about, they were really mechanically minded. So our farmers had to figure out how to fix those mechanics. And our farmers are now stereotypically mechanically minded. They pass that down generation from generation. Like you mentioned, technology has been a very good thing for agriculture, but technology is also an inevitable part of our world. So our farmers, at some point, are going to get used to the technology, and I believe it's something that they're going to be able to learn. We can also look at our younger generations of farmers because the average age of a farmer is about above 65 years of age. So I think they can go to the younger generations of farmers, and they can also learn how to use this technology. And like I said, the independent repair shops having access will also help our farmers in that way as well.
With having everything so expensive, you said that above average is 65 years old for an average farmer. Everything's so expensive. How does that promote the younger generation to come in?
Well, it's really hard to promote the younger generation to come in because everything is so expensive. I mean, you're definitely going to have to take out loans unless you already have $1 million sitting around to buy this equipment. Or you have to go look for the older models of equipment, which as time goes on, is becoming increasingly harder to find the equipment without the technology. That's more mechanically, it doesn't, it's not as expensive. Even our tractors, not even the combines. Like I said, the combine is up to $1 million. Even our tractors are expensive. You go to Atwood's, one of the off-brand tractors sitting outside is still $27,000, and that's a lot of money for just a compact tractor that size. So it's really hard, but I think we can advocate. We can bring these costs down with our economy because if we help a lot of the problems that our farmers have, it will have a domino effect on the rest of the economy. So our younger farmers can be able to afford to get into this industry.
Knowledge is money, right? And so if John Deere releases this information on the technology, that's the whole reason why this is an issue. Do you foresee a cost change in that already over $1 million combine?
That's something else that I believe needs to be put into the policy because they can hike up the price of the combine or they can hike up rent prices to actually get that technology to the farmer. So I think the policy and the legislation needs to outline that as well so this repair monopoly can't continue in a different way. That's the real problem with the right to repair is ending the repair monopoly, not just giving the farmers the technology. We have to end it in every way. I think I'm ready. Come on, if I shake those hands.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Meredith Anderson.
Susan.
Meredith Anderson.
Hello. Congratulations on making it to the finals.
Thank you.
So I'll be keeping your time. I'll start as soon as you say your first word, and when you're done, we'll ask you a couple of questions.
The defining point of humanity, the critical innovation and occupation that elevated man from roaming hunting-gatherers with no true home to the beings we are today. With accomplishments such as intercontinental travel in moments, eradication of certain diseases, and footprints on the moon was agriculture. The backbreaking labor of farmers founded all of civilization. And these same labors were an integral part in the founding of our great country. It was humble farmers who fought for our independence, and the farmers who didn't fight were feeding those who were. After all, how could our country survive and thrive without a strong agricultural foundation to grow off of? With this in mind, it is undeniable that farmers are truly heroes. Despite this, the number among the heroic profession are steadily dwindling. It's important to note the factors involved, those being the average age of farmers rising, as well as the flight of younger farmers to other industries, and growing stress on farmers who remain. Ultimately, reminding all of us that we must serve those who serve us. It's important to review just how much the world relies on the farmer shortage crisis. 957 million people in the world face starvation, with an increase of around 118 million people every single year. This crisis has only increased with the pandemic, with untold millions of people potentially slipping under the United Nations hunger radar. However, a drop in farmers means a drop in supplies, which is crushing for hunger victims all across the world, especially the countless millions who live in rural areas. To make matters worse, a drop in the amount of farmers is currently happening. In less than 30 years, the amount of farmers has dropped from 44% to 26%, while world hunger has grown at nearly the same rate. The demand for food is at a growing imbalance without the amount of strong farmers to help produce it. Like every industry in the United States, agriculture is beginning to enter what is known as the Great Retirement trend, with a majority of farmers who fall under the baby boomer age generation group, with the last of those in the generation reaching 70 in the coming years. 895,000 farmers, simple majority of farmers, will retire. This problem isn't only in the United States. The countries of Africa report the average age of farmers being 60, and this trend is growing all across the globe. A variety of factors arise in the difficulty of agricultural recruitment, but a primary reason for this is the ability for farmers to rise to the top. The reason for this is America's shift from 6.8 million farms in the 30s to 2 million in the 70s, leaving less chances for farmers to rise to the top. Outside of the United States, large growing governments have grown to control and oppress the average farmer. With less credentials and experience than these growing governments, farmers have no choice but to work for them or fall apart. These growing governments also create massive gender inequality in rural areas. Despite the high number of female agriculturalists, less than 15% of landowners and operators are female. By simply raising the amount of female agriculturalists by 30% in developing countries alone, an extra 150 million people could be fed. Aside from the difficulty of entering the profession, farming just doesn't seem as personally beneficial to most youth anymore. On average, farmers make less than $2 a day. People all across the globe, especially in developed countries, find this benefit too low compared to jobs in the tech industry, which can pay exponentially more with less credentials and less experience. In fact, a lot of current young farmers are fleeing the agricultural sector for the growing benefits of new-collar jobs. Economic benefit is not the only concern, however. Rural life is often not flat out dangerous. Now, for the farmers who aren't hopping on the fly out of agriculture and into the tech industry, lots of burdens and stress remain. These burdens have come to manifest themselves in a subject often not talked about: mental health problems. With all the issues mentioned prior, combined with the ever-fluctuating market conditions, uncertainty over trade, consolidation of the industry, and consistently changing market prices, has led to massive increases in mental health issues, with calls to farmer support lines spiking by 109%. Tragically, the lines do not do enough for farmers, as suicide rates among farmers in the United States only continue to rise. The U.S. is not alone in this great tragedy, as the countries of India record more than 10,000 deaths by suicide per farmers a year. Farming is an undeniably tough occupation, and the help needed to manage is often unaffordable, unreachable, or simply viewed as unnecessary by struggling farmers. But hope is not lost for farmers. The Agriculture and Land-Based Training Association, ALBA, has worked tirelessly to improve education opportunities and carve out spots in the world of agriculture. ALBA helps immigrant workers find permanent farming jobs in the United States or their hometown, filling the void being left behind by aging or fleeing farmers. That's not all. Farm Aid has had a support line running for farmers since 1985. The help from ALBA and Farm Aid are great starts, but so much more needs to be done to help the agricultural industry. Farmers still struggle against a developing workforce, both to age and growing benefits of other industries, and with mental health issues that still require more support. Ultimately, reminding all of us that we must serve those who serve us. Farmers may not wear capes and ties, and very few get a badge or movie in the name, but they are nevertheless heroes and are deserving of our support, no matter how small. Thank you.
So, appreciate that. What are some of the things you think could be done to support farmers to a higher degree? And what are some of the things your organization, FFA, can do to recruit more farmers into the industry?
Absolutely. So I feel like those questions kind of go hand in hand. What I mentioned is a lot of the younger generation is fleeing for tech industries. That is what my generation is all about, is technology. It's something easy they can go into. However, they don't know about the farming industry. That's not taught in schools as much as it should be. I feel like one way our farmers and FFA, my generation, can advocate for that is through social media. Now, I know when you hear social media, it can kind of be a tense topic. However, there are a lot of farmers who are currently on social media who advocate for their day-to-day life and debunk those theories that other people are putting out on social media. I feel like that a lot of the younger generation, to get them involved, is to add that, hey, you can also be a part of social media and show what it's really about, show all the cool things you get to do on the farm. I feel like that's just one step that we can make to help farmers, because like I said, the younger generation is all about, scrolling down their phone, and if they can just watch a 30-second TikTok about the dairy industry and its actual facts, then that may get them involved to take that step of, oh, hey, I want to do some more research on this and see what it's all about.
You're right, being a farmer is undoubtedly a very challenging role. You mentioned social media, which is a great way to kind of get your story out there and maybe even consider lobbying to some aspect, but what policy changes are we advocating for? How are we actually, policy-wise, helping? Do we need to do to help farmers?
Absolutely. So over the summer, I got to meet Sid Miller at Texas FFA State Convention. I had a fantastic interaction with him. I love to be able to just talk to him. I was actually able to find out that he has a hotline that himself, runs and sponsors people to help farmers. So I feel like one policy is Sid Miller is advocating for farmers and policies to go out. One thing he's very hardcore advocating, especially for Texas, is the Farm Bill. That is constantly in limbo, and right now it's kind of scary for Texas because we have a lot of things in that Farm Bill that our students need to survive, like the SNAP program. that feed our kids in school that is not addressed in the Farm Bill. We need updating on that. And Sid Miller is definitely pushing hard for the Farm Bill to get passed and to get edited and things like that. Also, with Trump being in office, it's been kind of, these past few days of him just now being inaugurated has been in limbo because he's made a lot of quick changes and some kind of change, like scary things for the industry, especially with immigration laws coming, because a lot of farmers have people who've migrated to the United States that help them. So I feel like Sid Miller is definitely advocating the best for us and for Texas and United States agriculture as a whole, and has really put a firm grasp on, if you want to help farmers, we need to get this farm bill, dealt with and make sure it has updated changes.
What are those changes?
So one of those changes is, like I mentioned, the SNAP program. So I was actually able to read up on this. It's for students in school lunches. That is what Texas has. The Farm Bill hasn't been edited since 2018, and before that it wasn't edited since 2002. So a lot of changes has happened. When I was able to read the Farm Bill, it was honestly confusing for me to read. Yes, I'm only 17 years old, but you expect farmers to sit down and read this multiple pages of items that have confusing wording and things like that. So something that I really think needs to be advocated for in the Farm Bill is the SNAP program that Texas has.
Good.
Thank you all so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So first of all, congratulations on making it to
Thank
finals.
you.
I will be keeping your time today. I'll just press start as soon as you say your first word, and when you're done, we'll ask you a couple of questions.
Okay, thank you. Ugh, a pimple. A phrase I bet you've heard before. A phrase I know I've said before. Whether it's picture day, prom, a business meeting, or another Monday morning, acne affects 79 to 90% of the adolescent population's lives. As a teenage girl, I've dealt with it all when it comes to my skin's health. Every serum, every cleanser, and every moisturizer. Constantly looking at ingredients, hoping to find something beneficial, preferably without the harmful chemicals, which can worsen my skin's well-being. And though it's a long journey that comes with age and life, I realized a more natural ingredient-based route is the way to go. And you tell me, what goes best with nature? Agriculture. Regenerative agriculture is a process of farming and ranching in harmony with nature. These practices are reshaping the beauty as well as the agricultural industry. They reduce the use of water, enhance the health of soil, biodiversity, and the overall ecosystem. Regenerative agriculture produces high-quality ingredients, which can repair skin damage as well as serve as protection against adverse reactions and irritations. Aloe vera is a crop popularly produced the regenerative way. It is widely cultivated in a commercial business setting for its medicinal and cosmetic uses. This versatile plant has many skin benefits, including eliminating dead skin cells and treating various skin conditions such as acne, acne scars, sunburns, dark spots, and even wounds. Plus, it can be used to moisturize your skin and hair. And you tell me, who doesn't want clear skin and moisturized hair? I know I do. But anyways, back to the aloe. By slicing the large outer layers of the aloe vera leaves one by one, the base is left to continue growing until harvested at full maturity. It's stated by Madam May. This process can keep an aloe vera plant alive and healthy for about 12 years, or even up to 2 decades. Furthermore, in the commercial production of aloe vera, either a rhizome or root sucker propagation system is put into place. For the latter, medium-sized root suckers, pups, are chosen and carefully dug out in order to not damage the parent plant. They are then directly transferred into the main field's row system. On the other hand, rhizomes are made into cuttings with a minimum of 2 to 3 nodes each. which are then planted into a special stem-bed solution. Once sprouted, they're transferred. If the best of the best cuttings are used, these two processes can ensure offspring inherit the beneficial trait like the ability to nurse dry and deprived skin on even the hottest summer days. I guess you could call it a package deal. Now, on to the climate question. With aloe vera being grown in hot and arid environments like Africa, India, Thailand, New Mexico, and Texas, water conservation is extremely important. With aloe being a succulent, its sponge-like tissue retains water for hot summer days. In addition, nearly 40% of the global aloe market is in the cosmetic space. Skincare being the largest percentage of this, with 60%. This may be why aloe vera is the most searched skincare ingredient in no less than 37 countries, with India being the largest producer of aloe vera, accounting for about 80% of the world's global aloe supply. Now, as a kid, before acne came into my life, I still struggled with eczema, a group of skin conditions in which the skin can become dry, inflamed, or even form blisters. Eczema affects 6.6 million of the world's population, and I can bet you they're all asking the same question. What can we do to scratch that itch? Metaphorically speaking. Well, I have an answer: holistic treatments. Holistic land management practices are used by regenerative agriculturalists and have been proven to be productive by using products with plant-based ingredients that target the patient's lifestyle habits and hormonal systems. Holistic treatments use ingredients obtained from regenerative agriculture, such as colloidal oatmeal, a special form of oatmeal that helps soothe, soften, and increase moisture in the skin. It is a very fine-grained oat, which can work wonders for eczema and sensitive skin. Colloidal oatmeal works by creating a protective barrier that stops allergens from entering and allows your skin to be healed. Now, if you're not a big fan of a possible meal being used on your skin, oatmeal still has similar benefits when eaten. The reason being, its helpful nutrients like antioxidants, amino acids, and fatty acids. Even though most kids my age believe oatmeal is a yucky breakfast food their parents make them eat, as you can see, it has great skin and overall health benefits. The largest oat producer, Russia, produces about 6.6 million tons per year and account for 17% of global production. Following close behind in second is Canada, with 7%. And though not the ideal cold climate for this hardy plant, American farmers still manage to produce 828,000 tons altogether and account for 4% of global production. To sum it up, regardless if it's aloe vera, oatmeal, or any other plant produced by regenerative farming, the agricultural industry pours in a ton of help when it comes to skincare, pun intended. It has revolutionized the beauty industry and formed a mutualistic relationship. After analyzing these facts, I know for certain what to do with my skincare routine. Holistic treatments targeted to my pores, aloe vera to clear my dark spots, and colloidal oatmeal for my dry skin. I'm taking the fresh way to a fresh face. Thank you.
All right. When you first started, I thought you might be in the wrong room.
Yes.
What inspired you to think about combining a talk on skincare and regenerative agriculture? How'd you come up with that idea?
So for me, skincare has always been something that I was big on. Even as a young kid, when my skin was completely fresh on my face, I still struggled with eczema. And me and my parents have went to doctors and different people who told us, hey, maybe try bleach baths or try this chemical or this chemical. And the only thing it did was make my skin worse in the end. So then one day, I shuttled over to the high school as an elementary student and went to the nurse. And they told me, have you tried oatmeal lotion? And me and my parents were like, how did you not think of that? So then we tried it out and it really has helped my skin. And then growing up, I started facing things like acne. And it tore me down in many different ways, whether it was having to look in the mirror and not being happy with what I see, or telling my friends like, oh, your skin looks so good today, and not feeling the same about myself. So I decided, why not use my passion about agriculture and my passion about skincare and put it together to not only help myself, but help others who might struggle with the same things.
How are farmers encouraged to use regenerative agricultural practices?
So regenerative agricultural practices help the top soil level, therefore you can use them and not have to damage or overgraze your soil. But regenerative plants are even more beneficial because not only do you have to try and plant different seeds every different seasons, that tears down the soil overall. But with regenerative plants, you can just cut off a leaf and it'll continue to grow back. Or you can take a root sucker from underground carefully and replant it and it just sprouts up a new plant. So by using these regenerative practices, farmers are not only saving money, time, and resources, but they're saving their soil.
There's not a lot of expensive equipment to deal with aloe vera, right?
Not really. Even as like somebody who grows it at their house, you can easily do that. It doesn't take much water. Let's say you have a blue thumb and not a green thumb. You can still grow aloe vera because it's regenerative properties. So if you want to use a leaf, take it off, do some hair care, make a mask, it'll just continue to grow after 3 months. So you don't need a lot of products, you don't need a lot of expensive gadgets. It pretty much grows by itself.
Are there any financial incentive opportunities for farmers to adopt regenerative agriculture?
In my research, I've seen just how much money has came from oatmeal as well as aloe vera. One topic in specific is per acre of aloe vera, you can grow 5,000 to 7,000 pounds of it. And for each of those pounds, the grower's net is 10 cents. Therefore, from 1 acre, you're getting $500 to $700. So personally, I feel like that's a lot of money just from 1 acre of aloe vera or 5,000 pounds of aloe vera. So therefore, you're getting a lot of money, a lot of buck for your bang. It's not taking a lot of products or expensive gadgets. Therefore, there's not a lot of money just coming out of what you're growing.
Are these insurable crops?
Can you repeat the question?
Are these insurable crops? Do crop insurance companies cover aloe vera?
I haven't seen that in my research so far. I have seen that aloe vera is something that it's not hard to really hurt or it doesn't get damaged as easily as other plants, but I haven't come across that in my research. Okay.
We're good?
Thank you. Have a great day.
Congratulations on making it to finals. All right, I'll be taking your time today. I'll start whenever you do. First word, I'll hit go, and when you're done, we'll ask you a couple of questions.
Ever since the first settler claimed land in rural America, farmers and ranchers have been battling to keep their land and their livelihood. Media attention tends to focus on how economic progress and development affect the environment. But while you and many others have been focused on the land, you may have missed the quiet battle happening right here in Texas over the bays of the Gulf of Mexico. Hi, my name is Clay Brumfield, and I represent Calhoun County 4-H. Calhoun County is located on the central Texas coastline, which is comprised of many smaller bays that feed into the Gulf of Mexico and is home to many commercial fishermen. Commercial fishing is a major contributor to the Texas economy, providing over 23,000 jobs. The bays lining Texas and Louisiana harvest 55% of the nation's oysters, and oysters are the second largest seafood species harvested in the state, behind shrimp. In recent years, Mother Nature has taken a toll on Texas oyster reefs, which are disappearing at an alarming rate. Hurricanes can cause reefs to vanish by dumping large amounts of sand. Floods and droughts can change the salinity of water. Since oysters filter water, red tides and other algae blooms can cause oysters to become contaminated with dangerous toxins. All of these factors can lead to bay closures or shorter wild oyster seasons. Oysters are also very important to the ecosystem. They filter water, and their reefs provide housing and nursery habitats for many different species of fish, as well as protecting the shoreline from erosion. In 2017, the Coastal Conservation Association, or CCA, began advocating for the temporary closure of 199 acres of Texas bays to allow for the planting of culch, which juvenile oysters fat attach to and create reefs from. Then, in 2021, the CCA began advocating for the permanent closure of 3 ecologically sensitive Texas bays to prevent any negative biological impact. On November 3rd, 2022, their efforts were successful when Texas Parks and Wildlife adopted the proposed changes. Closing bays to allow oyster populations to recover and rebuild sounds like a solid plan. However, there is another population that is greatly affected by these bay closures. Unlike privately owned farm or ranch land, the farmers of the bay rely on state-owned waters to harvest their crop. Commercial fishermen, seafood processors, and resellers all rely on oyster harvesting to make a living. This year's oyster season started with only 10 of the 29 available areas open to harvest. Closing bays can also create a domino effect in which boats overcrowd the available areas, leading to an over-harvesting of legal-sized oysters, a decrease in oyster population, and eventually more and more bay closures. By December 27th, only 5 harvesting areas remained open, with more closures likely by the end of the season. So, on the one hand, we have the environmentalists who are trying to preserve the oyster populations so they can act out their role in the ecosystem and thrive. On the other, commercial fishermen who are frustrated that their livelihood is being threatened by bay closures and oyster seasons cut short. And we have the consumer, who's just trying to enjoy these salty shellfish. So how can we sustainably harvest oysters without compromising the natural environment? Oyster farming may be the answer. The first cultivated oyster mariculture permit was approved in the state of Texas in July of 2021. Farmed oysters do not have a harvest season. Oyster farming is now off-bottom mariculture, meaning that oysters are grown in bags, baskets, or cages that float just below the surface. This allows for a cleaner oyster that is more consistent in size and shape, resulting in a prettier half-shell product. These oysters can also reach harvestable size in as little as 8 months, compared to the 3 to 4 years it may take a wild oyster to reach harvestable size. There are currently 12 farms in Texas that have harvested 1.7 million oysters since the first official harvest in April 2022. But what about the average fisherman, who may already be tightly stretched financially to feed and provide for his family? How will he be able to afford the nearly $60,000 an acre cost it takes to start an oyster farm? And who will translate permitting, paperwork, and contracts that come with starting an oyster farm for the average Spanish-speaking fisherman? Well, a group of fishermen in Calhoun County may have found the answer in a woman who is somewhat of a local legend. Diane Wilson is a world-renowned environmentalist and a 4th-generation fisherwoman. She is a Seadrift, Texas native who has advocated for the health of Lavaca Bay since the 1980s. Ms. Wilson received a historic $50 million settlement from Formosa due to their pervasive plastic nodal pollution of local waters. She has created a trust that will fund many local environmental improvement initiatives, including donating $20 million to the Matagorda Bay Fishing Cooperative. This co-op consists of 37 members that own 77 boats and employ 230 people. I spoke to Ms. Veronica Brasinho, who is the daughter of one of the fishermen and has been hired as the project coordinator for the co-op. She will translate the permitting, paperwork, and legal questions, as well as coordinating the ever-growing amount of contracts that come as the co-op begins to spend big money. Negotiations are underway for the co-op to purchase a local seafood buyer. This will allow them to skip the middleman and ship their oysters to the East Coast, Florida, and throughout Texas. They've also begun leasing 60 acres of bay water from the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department to create the largest oyster farm in Texas. This plan will give each farmer their own 2 acres and prevent the constant scramble to harvest every available oyster in an area by giving each farmer their own place. In a recent meeting of the co-op, they discussed a $2.5 million purchase of around 7,000 oyster cages. They also discussed plans to visit and study a working oyster farm, as well as marketing and distribution of their oysters. Now, this project is far from over. These fishermen are far from out of ideas, and the co-op is far from out of money. They also wish to purchase a boat repair business to service their fleet, as well as a net workshop, and starting even more oyster farms in the future. Thanks to Miss Wilson's trust, these fishermen have been granted a pearl of an opportunity to improve their way of life as well as the environment around them. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Are there any other perceived negatives of oyster farming in this way that you can think of?
So the only perceived negative is that some common fishermen are struggling to be able to get into the oyster farming market. So some people are worried that it's going to take away these average commercial fishermen's jobs and potentially ruin their lives even. But thanks to this co-op, a lot of these common fishermen are able to get into the fishing business. So that way they're able to provide for their family as well as protecting the environment and avoiding any unnecessary overharvesting.
In follow-up, are you doing any personal advocacy for this? You seem very knowledgeable.
So the only personal advocacy I've done for this is giving this exact speech, as well as one speech that I've done in the past about the original policies that came with starting Oyster Farm. There was a bunch of laws that went into it, and that was a couple of years ago when it was just first happening. But nowadays, I like to talk about what's coming next and what's happening right now, as well as being able to start these oyster farms.
Is there, so correct me if I'm wrong, when we're talking the farms, they're off, they're not, they are the kind of tank-like.
They're kind of like cages that float right below the surface.
But the water is not in the actual bay, correct?
No, they are in the bay.
They are in the bay?
Yes, they're in the bay to allow the oysters to filter the bay water. Because filtering water is shown to help the ecosystem in many different ways. So we're letting the oysters exist in the bay water and get those natural benefits. We're also allowing them to not be over-harvested by having our own supply instead of taking them directly from nature.
I mean, there are fish farms that are out of water.
Yes, there are.
And water is pumped from the bay
Yes,
to
ma'am.
produce those. Is that a possibility to just try get out of the bay in general? Is that habitable to do something of that sort, like they do with shrimp farms?
So I feel like theoretically it would be possible, right? Because you're going to be able to take that same bay water. But I feel like there would be a lot of struggles that come with not having the nutrients that are in the natural bays, as well as, again, you're kind of taking away some of these environmental effects that you really want to have, and that's one of the big benefits of oyster farms in general.
You said Ms. Wilson was supplying boats to the bay?
She's providing a grant, which is allowing all of these oystermen to join the co-op, right? And a lot of these oystermen already have boats. In fact, some of the original stipulations for joining the co-op were you had to have the proper licensing to be able to harvest oysters, and you had to have your own personal boat, so that way you could go out there and actually harvest the oysters. So she's not directly supplying the boats to the bay, but the co-op does already have some boats that naturally come with it.
So I know the boats, the equipment,
Mhm.
that's all insurable. We can get
Yes,
insurance
ma'am.
on that. But unlike in livestock and in row crop, there are insurance policies that you can take out on what you actually produce.
So with the start of these oyster farms, right, as they're getting a lot more popular, there actually are insurance. You can now get crop insurance on the oysters the same way you would be able to get crop insurance on your wheat field or even your cattle. So there's a lot of similarities between, I believe it's called aquaculture and agriculture.
And how does that insurance policy work?
It's very similar to just agricultural policies, and if your product gets damaged, you're going to get some compensation as well, as long as you're paying the natural insurance fees. Do y'all have any more questions? Thank y'all so much for your time. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
How's it going?
Good.
I'm Austin Sassenberg. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for y'all's time. Thank you. Austin Sassenberg, thank you. Would you guys like any copies? They took my abstract from the last time I went, but I have the originality one. I don't know if y'all, they asked for a copy last time.
Okay, you're good.
Okay, all right.
If you want to
Thank
set it down, you sure can.
Ready?
Congratulations on making it to finals.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, I'll press start on your time, and then at the end we'll ask you a couple of questions.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much. I'm Austin Sassenberg, and I'm from the Vista Ridge FFA chapter. Imagine walking through a farm where the fields once flourished with cotton, corn, and wheat, now barren and cracked under the scorching sun. Picture ranchers hauling water by truck to keep their cattle alive. This isn't a distant scenario. It's a reality many agriculture producers face right now. Texas, a state that leads the nation in agriculture production, is losing ground. Why? Because of a growing water crisis. Water is not just a resource, it's the lifeline of our economy. Yet, with longer drought conditions and aquifers depleting faster than they can recharge, the future of Texas agriculture remains unstable. The financial impact affects each of us, and if we do not address this very real problem, the ripple will affect each of us in the future of our great state. Today, I want to not only address the challenges that our state faces, but to also propose solutions to help us to begin to think about a more sustainable future. Agriculture accounts for more than half of Texas's water usage. Crops like cotton and rice need ample water to grow. And to make matters more challenging, irrigation systems in many areas are outdated and inefficient. According to Sid Miller, our Texas Agriculture Commissioner, Texas is currently losing a farm a week. Did you know that the Rio Grande Valley lost its last sugar mill last year due to a water shortage, losing over 500 jobs and closing a plant that had been there for almost 100 years? The truth is, agriculture remains one of Texas's largest industries. It accounts for over $24 billion annually of our state's economy. With water scarcity, farmers face mounting challenges. This translates to lower crop yields and higher operational costs. And irrigation expenses rise during drought conditions as producers are forced to pump deeper into aquifers. Or, even worse, they find themselves having to purchase water at premium rates. And ranchers are also feeling the burden, such as the cost of having to haul water for their cattle, or having to invest in alternative feed affects margins and ultimately their profits. With Texas leading the nation in cattle production, these challenges threaten the state's economic standing in this industry. Texas has also experienced a growth in our population, which has strained water supplies over the last several years. The demand for water in growing neighborhoods has put a strain on cities and water restrictions. The Texas Water Development Board's 2022 state plan projects that if no action is taken, Texas could face a water supply shortfall of 8.9 million acres per year by 2070. To quantify, that is enough water to fill over 8.9 million football fields 1 foot deep. The good news is that Texas can address these challenges through innovative and strategic technologies. While there are many solutions, I would like to focus on 3. First, we can begin with water conservation. From my research, water conservation is the most cost-effective and immediate solution. Measures such as installing water-efficient fixtures and promoting drought-resistant landscaping could help to improve water demand. Take, for example, a state like Arizona, which is implemented using xeriscapes, which is a style of landscaping design requiring little or no irrigation or other maintenance. Or what about embracing programs like the Save Water Texas program? This initiative encourages businesses and residents to adopt water-saving practices. For agriculture, modernizing irrigation techniques such as drip irrigation and moisture sensors can also reduce waste. The TWDB estimates that some of these conservation efforts alone could account for a 30% improvement in the future of Texas water. Second is enhancing water infrastructure. According to the American Society of Civil Engineers, Texas loses approximately 136 billion gallons of water annually due to leaks in aging pipelines. And many of our pipe systems are over 100 years old. And based on a recent state report out of Houston, only 2% of leaking pipelines were repaired over a 1-year period. With that statistic, it would take 50 or more years to solve all the leaks in their existing infrastructure. By investing more effort in upgraded infrastructure, that timeline can be significantly reduced. Third, and finally, is investing in advanced technologies such as desalination. Desalination allows us to convert seawater into fresh water, and Texas already has several desalination plants, including one in El Paso that accounts for over 20,000 households. Expanding these efforts could help to diversify our water supply. Furthermore, treating and reusing water for irrigation and even drinking can make a big difference in reducing our reliance on freshwater sources. As Texans, we have a history of facing our challenges head on, and solving our challenges around water is no exception. The impact of this challenge affects all of us. Water affects every aspect of our lives, and its financial implications are imperative that we take this challenge seriously. By prioritizing conservation, upgrading infrastructure, and investing in advanced technologies, we can tackle these challenges. It is not just the responsibility of our politicians, but of every single Texan to contribute to this effort. Together, we can ensure that Texas remains a land of opportunity and prosperity, not just for us, but for generations to come, by protecting and preserving our most vital resource, water. Thank you.
So, great job, and I think water is a really important topic to the future of our state. My question really is, we've been talking about water a really long time in this state. So what is it that's preventing us from doing the kinds of things that you've talked about?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things right now is the severity of the issue, specifically in infrastructure. Like I talked about, we have 136 billion gallons of water annually that we're losing. The biggest problem there is actually going through the process of digging up those old pipes and replacing them. This is a multi-billion-dollar project, but there is no doubt that if it's not done, we're going to suffer this. My generation will suffer down the road for sure.
So part of the issue that happened in the Valley is a war with, not a war, but a disagreement with Mexico on water, because we have to agree down in the Valley on water with Mexico. With new tariffs being brought into play and a lot of political turmoil happening between America and Mexico, how do you foresee South Texas agriculture being impacted with the water?
To clarify what you're asking, are you asking specifically how South Texas, could you just help me clarify a little bit?
Absolutely. So in South Texas, our farmers, we use water out of the Rio Grande as well as the water plate there is shared with Mexico, or most of it comes from Mexico. So we have to agree with Mexico on irrigation rules, regulations. Do you foresee any more challenges than we're already facing as we are currently changing how we do things here?
Yeah, I do. Already sharing that water is a problem enough. There's only so much water, especially in West Texas. As soon as those aquifers dry up in those areas, like I said in my speech, farmers are forced to find water from different areas. The biggest cost right now is having to bring that water in. That's operational costs, which comes right back to us as the consumers, in our groceries and our food products and all the things that we're purchasing. So it falls right back on us.
I don't know if you know much about cloud seeding. Do you think cloud seeding could have any benefits to helping?
There are some benefits in cloud seeding. They are doing some cloud seeding in Abilene, Texas that I've seen. As far as a long-term benefit, I think some of the long-term things that we need to start thinking about is one being the infrastructure. We can also invest more in some of the desalination plants. But yes, cloud seeding is effective, but for long-term, I believe we need to put in the effort and putting in this money into some of these long-term things that will benefit us down the road.
Living along the coast, desalination is often talked about in my home area, but it can be very controversial. There are people who live along the coast, they think it's very much an eyesore and it can be harmful to them in multiple ways. How do we advocate to those individuals the benefits behind desalination and the lack of harm that it would do to the wildlife in the water?
Well, we're running out of options at this point. It is a fact that Texas is losing water, and there has to be solutions. And I think people would much rather hear that we're putting up another desalination plant than telling them, we have no food, we have no water, we can't live without those necessities. But desalination may not be the way to go forward right away. It is inexpensive. It costs a lot of energy. But we're running out of choices here. So to the people that say, I don't know about desalination, wait till you have no water.
Okay.
Thank you guys so much for your time. Thank you again. Thank you again.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Congratulations on making it to finals. I'll be keeping your time today. I'll press start on your first word, and then we're going to ask you a couple of questions when you're done.
Imagine a world where every time you buy a steak, it's the exact same. Perfect, tender, and juicy. The FFA decree tells us that the better things we now enjoy have come to us from the struggles of former years. Now let's apply that to the beef supply chain, who is struggling to provide consumers with a consistent, high-quality product. What if we could ensure that every bite someone takes reflects the value and effort we as agriculturalists have in producing and marketing the product of our toil? And good afternoon. My name is Colt Nelson. I'm from the Woodson FFA chapter, and I love a big, juicy steak just as much as anyone. But I do not enjoy buying a steak that is less than par. In the U.S., less than 2% of beef produced receives the USDA prime grade, a symbol for exceptional quality. Being able to purchase this prime beef from the grocery store is like being able to buy a Rolex from 7-Eleven. Despite the availability of this high-quality product, the beef retail industry struggles with one major issue: a lack of transparency and consistency in the supply chain. The beef retail industry operates on a disconnected business model, where ranchers, retailers, producers, consumers, and processors work independently rather than in a unified system. This lack of communication and data sharing allows for inconsistencies and impacts profitability at every stage. The retail sector alone loses an estimated $1 billion each year due to inconsistent beef quality. This lack of profitability is on the ranchers. Being able to purchase that high quality beef shows the inconsistencies in the supply chain. Retailers like Walmart have access to valuable consumer data based on purchasing patterns, what people are buying, which cuts they prefer, whether they prioritize tenderness or marbling. That information is rarely shared with the producers. Jeff Bezos, the most influential business leader alive, once said, "Most decisions should probably be made with somewhere around 70% of the information you wish you had." The problem is ranchers don't have access to that 70% of information, and they are forced to make decisions in the dark, while retailers hold the key that could drive better production strategies, creating consistency. When each part of the supply chain operates in isolation, it's nearly impossible to achieve consistent, high-quality beef. To solve this problem, initiatives like Prime Pursuits and Ranch to Retail are utilizing vertically integrated business models, prioritizing traceability, data sharing, and consistency. Prime Pursuits, a company who works alongside 44 Farms and Walmart, is reshaping the beef supply chain. They are creating a new model where beef from high-end operations with superior genetics and state-of-the-art feeding technology is separated from beef on lower-end operations. This allows the highest quality beef to be at the retailer every single time. Through being able to work with high-end beef rather than lower-end beef, retailers are able to find those consumer insights. Retailers like the Walmarts, H-E-B, and Kroger are using that information, but they're not sharing it with the ranchers. When they don't share that information with the ranchers and feedlot operators are forced to make the decisions in the dark. Prime Pursuits is utilizing that vertically integrated supply chain system and separating the beef apart, allowing producers to send the beef that is desired to the retailers. Profitability at every stage, creating consistent quality. While Prime Pursuits and 44 Farms are working to ensure quality and share data, another company is working to further streamline the industry. Ranch to Retail, who is focusing on consumer marketing. Ranch to Retail's focus on direct-to-consumer marketing allows beef to be separated off and sold directly to consumers. This allows smaller ranchers to sell directly to the buyers, supplementing the supply chain and using a vertically integrated business model. Ranch to Retail is connecting producers and consumers in a way that builds trust and transparency. Trust that when a consumer goes to buy a steak, they know exactly what to expect. By cutting out the middleman, Ranch to Retail is able to give more of the profits to the rancher, and the consumer gets a direct line to their source of food. This builds on the trust and the transparency we described earlier. Ranch to Retail is working with Prime Pursuits and 44 Farms. They are working with the smaller ranchers and bigger ranchers to revolutionize the beef supply chain, to ensure the consistent, high-quality beef reaches the consumers and the retailers every time. Prime Pursuits, 44 Farms, and Ranch to Retail is transforming the supply chain. The FFA Creed. The FFA Creed builds on our trust in agriculture. The FFA Creed tells us that the better things we now enjoy have come to us from the struggles of former years. It is our duty as agriculturalists to learn from the struggles of former years, find a solution to those struggles, so we as agriculturalists can uphold that promise for future generations. When progressive agriculturalists come together, consumers will find that the Ranch to Retail, Prime Pursuits, and beef industry is holding on to the best traditions of our national life. So every time you go into a grocery store, the steak you buy is the exact same. Perfect, tender, and juicy. Thank you.
Are there any state or federal policies that are needed to support a better quality beef supply chain?
So to support the better quality beef supply chain, the companies like Ranch to Retail, who is based in Bentonville, Arkansas, which is Walmart's headquarters, since they're working with a vertically integrated business model, they're able to bypass the middleman. Bypassing that middleman, like you mentioned, there are policies there. Are you familiar with the COOL method, COOL, country of origin label? That allows, it's not used much anymore, but that same method of knowing where the beef comes from, tracing it from where it started, rather than a country of origin, a ranch of origin. Tracing that beef back to a country, rather than tracing that beef back to a pasture, allows for that traceability and the consumer marketing to come into contact.
Definitely agree that, I mean, there's so much value in that transparency, but what is the exact inconsistency in the grocery stores that you're referring to? We have grading systems, we have things in play. Where are we falling short, and what do we need to do to make the grocery store still consistent?
Yeah, absolutely. So where those inconsistencies are is the middleman. Like you mentioned, there is beef that's already high-end in the grocery stores. Prime Pursuits, in partnership with 44 Farms, already has their own beef in over 500 stores of Walmart, reaching from Louisiana to Florida, Georgia, and Mississippi. Those stores are kind of like a base, just a trial run, if you will. But they're still allowing that consistent quality. So that middleman where the consistency is lost is from each location. So we start from the ranch and we go to the feedlot to the processor, distributor, retailer, and so on. But that middleman decides where the beef goes. The rancher decides to sell it. That makes them a middleman for the feedlot. But then the feedlot decides where to sell that beef to the processor. They're a second middleman. Each location decides where the beef goes, and that creates the inconsistency. We don't know where the beef came from. Sure, we're able to separate off the high-end beef because that's what USDA grading jobs are for. But with only 2% of the beef being graded that way, the Texas Farm Bureau estimates we're losing 20% of that beef and it being mixed in with lower grade beef because we lose it in the processing stages.
I guess my confusion is cutting out the middleman doesn't necessarily change the quality of cattle we're raising. So how is cutting out a middleman going to change the beef product that we're producing?
Sure, so Ranch to Retail, their owner, Lamar Steiger, he is becoming the only middleman. So rather than there being a middleman for each location, he oversees all of it. So he picks the rancher that he wants, he picks the feedlot he wants, and so on and so forth. So when you remove the middleman and he works from the whole end of the spectrum, the retailers create and they find that consumer data and they share that data with the producers. When Lamar Steiger shares that information with the producers, they're able to construct their operation in a way that raises the beef that the retailers are selling. So that way we don't have the oversupply of beef nobody wants.
My last question, sorry, I know I'm asking you a bunch. There's a lot of people that are working on doing farm to fork in a sense, straight to consumer, which is great.
It is.
The issue that is there is the packing plants and the availability to process that beef. What ways can policy or where can we find support so that ranchers are able to create that consistency and be able to do it on their own?
Right, so Prime Pursuits and Ranch to Retail, they're working on a larger level. So they're taking the Walmart supply chain and completely changing it. And so since they're working on such a large scale, the farm to fork individuals, let's say me personally, let's say I have 2,000 acres, I raise 500 head, I want to sell that directly to the consumer. I choose who processes it and I choose where it goes. It's simple and it's quick and transparent. But as far as policy to help the larger operations like Prime Pursuits and Ranch to Retail, that lays on the advocacy side. The information is already there and the policy is already there to make it happen, but it's not being advocated out to the public and not being advocated to senators and representatives to put laws in place to make it happen. The information's in place, the policy's in place, but sharing it hasn't happened yet.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, great.
Superintendent, yeah, he said, just go in there and speak.
Yeah, can we get your name, your chapter, and your topic?
Kayla Holscher. Kayla Holscher, yes, ma'am. And then it's
How's that spelled? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. Kaelynnn. Yes, ma'am. And it is Reynolds County 4-H. And my topic is honeybees. Yes, ma'am. Honeybees are the unsung heroes of our food system, quietly pollinating many of the crops that nourish our world. But did you know that the survival of the honeybee population is under threat like never before? Now, unfortunately, beekeepers have seen a decline in honeybee populations in recent years. This has been due to the notorious colony collapse. However, the major question lies at hand. What exactly is colony collapse? And why do so few people truly understand its complexities? Growing up as a beekeeper, I have had my fair share of experience of the dangers that honeybees go through every year. As an apiariist, you realize there is no singular underlying cause for what colony collapse is. Instead, colony collapse serves as an umbrella of issues that causes bee populations to die off. For example, parasites, insecticides, and climate change are just some of the many reasons why bee populations are declining. Now, parasites have been the sworn enemies of beekeepers for many years. The varroa mite is the most destructive of these parasites. The varroa mite first infests a honeybee colony by attaching itself to the back of a forager bee. Imagine a house cat on your back. This is a reference to the size comparison of a varroa mite on a honeybee. Now, when that forager bee comes back to that honeybee colony, that varroa mite will then transfer itself into a brood cell, or a cell that's used for raising larvae. And that varroa mite will begin to feast off of that larva's hemolymph, or their blood, and it will begin to reproduce. Now, the varroa mite can reproduce very quickly, doubling its size and population every 22 days. As that varroa mite is feasting off of that larva, it is slowly transmitting harmful viruses into that young honeybee, including poor nursing capabilities, poor foraging capabilities, as well as a shortened lifespan. Once that pupa emerges from that brood cell as a young adult honeybee, the varroa mite will then transfer itself into another brood cell to repeat its life cycle. Now, this process is what causes the overall transmission of harmful viruses throughout the honeybee colony, slowly weakening and diminishing the decline of that honeybee colony. Now, insecticides are also known for killing off honeybees, but this process is more slow and painful in two different ways. Firstly, a forager bee can fly out to go to try to find new sources of pollen and nectar. But sometimes they find these food sources on wildflowers and crops that have been sprayed with insecticides, which means unknowingly those forager bees are bringing back a food source that contains a small to moderate portion of the insecticide in that pollen and nectar. Now, this is also seen as a growing problem with genetically modified crops. As a result of advancing technology, scientists have begun to include insecticides in crop seeds that slowly disperses through the plant as they grow. For example, scientists have created BT cotton, which is a cotton seed that contains Bacillus thuringiensis, a type of insecticide. As that crop seed grows, the BT is spread throughout that cotton crop, specifically into the pollen and nectar sources. It's the same process as those forager bees take that infected pollen and nectar and bring it back into the hive for those honeybees to make honey and bee bread. Throughout the wintertime months, honeybees rely solely on the honey and bee bread that they've stored throughout the fall, which means for 3 months straight, honeybees are slowly feasting off of that infected honey, pollen, and nectar, and their bodies are slowly weakening. After the wintertime months, those forager bees will then fly back out to try to find new sources of food. But unfortunately, after spending 3 months of feasting on that small amount of insecticide, their body is so weak they are unable to return back to the hive, resulting in their death. This then causes a domino effect within the rest of the honeybee colony, as they do not have the food sources needed to survive. As we know it, climate change is slowly changing the world that we live in, creating not only challenges for humans, but honeybees as well, whose survival is closely tied to environmental shifts. The most known of these environmental shifts is increasing temperatures, especially in regions like Texas. With an increase in temperature, we're seeing disruption in foraging activity of honeybees due to many crops and wildflowers blooming earlier in the spring. When this happens, this causes confusion for honeybees as they rely on a specific timeline of blooms, which causes a mismatch between the normal knowledge of when honeybees go out to try to find food sources and the actual availability of that pollen and nectar source. Also, with increasing temperatures, we're experiencing warmer winters, which causes honeybees to age prematurely. When this happens, forager bees fly out during the wintertime, which is something they're not supposed to do. And these young honeybees are slowly exposing themselves to harsh conditions when food sources are already limited. Now, with these rising temperatures, we're also experiencing an increase in droughts. Honeybees need to rely on a source of pollen, nectar, and water. With an increase in droughts, we're seeing a decrease in wildflower and crop production, which means a limited availability of food supply. Also, honeybees are having trouble being able to find a sufficient source of water. When this happens, honeybees are not able to hydrate themselves, as well as they're not able to bring water back into their hive to cool down the hive. When this happens, the larvae get so hot, they slowly die off, resulting in that same domino effect as the honeybee then slowly dies off and diminishes that honeybee colony. Now, as a result of parasites, insecticides, and climate change, beekeepers are having to try to find new ways to counteract these types of colony collapse. For example, beekeepers are trying to find new natural and chemical treatments to counteract the varroa mite parasite. Beekeepers are also having to feed a pollen substitute and sugar water in times that honeybees do not have the available food sources needed to survive. But unfortunately, many people still don't realize how big of an effect beekeeping has on our society. Bees pollinate 3/4 of the world's food supply, meaning $15 to $20 billion worth of pollination in the US, with $587 million of those dollars being just Texas alone. Honeybees also produce 8.9 million pounds of honey per year in Texas, and this is valued at $17 million. And this amount only makes up 6% of the honey production in the US. That's why it's really important for people to realize the vitality point that honeybees have in our everyday society. And it's important for me, as a youth advocate, to advocate and educate people to slowly come to a conclusion to find a defeat to colony collapse, not only for the benefit of our world today, but for a positive effect on future generations. Thank you.
So, tying it back to, I'm somewhat familiar with California having lots of issues relative to honeybee population and the inability to pollinate almond trees. But that was more based on migration of honeybees. Is that also something that's still affecting like honeybee populations, or is it primarily the collapse of the hive due to the three areas that you pointed out?
So it is still an obvious reason for honeybees to decline in general. My grandfather actually recently just got hired in as a position that he's in charge of transporting honeybees from Texas to California to almond orchards. And in that transportation process, we're also seeing troubles with those honeybee populations slowly dying off due to the stress of transportation. And then once they get to California, then the 3 points of climate change, parasites, and insecticides just go to increase the reason why we're seeing the decline in honeybee populations.
I know you kind of mentioned like a few alternatives as far as ways to keep the hive from collapsing. But I guess my question is, what are some active solutions that will prevent collapse of hives without having to pull out things like insecticides, because you know the cost weighted that doesn't exactly weigh up evenly.
So there are solutions. For instance, me as a small business owner of honeybees and a small apiariist, we have our own kind of solutions specifically for parasites. So there are some simple kind of natural ways where you're not necessarily having to use those chemical treatments to kind of kill off those parasites. More larger scale apiaries,
they are trying to kind of transfer themselves into using those chemical substances that don't harm the honeybees, but specifically go after those parasites. Now, whenever we come into the topic of insecticides, that's something where if you know you're gonna have your bees, so bees fly out in a 3-mile radius, that's as far as they can go to get a food source. So if you know that there is a farmer around you, or you as a beekeeper, you kind of have to plan and communicate with those farmers to ensure that whatever the crops they're using doesn't have insecticides, or they're not spraying insecticides. And that has become a further issue as well, and that is something that has gone to court considering with genetically modified crops as to should we discontinue the use of genetically modified crops, specifically with insecticides, or should we allow more study and research to try to find a chemical that doesn't affect honeybees but will still affect and kill off those pests that farmers are wanting to kill off. And so there are some kind of solutions that we've come to for some of the smaller scale apiaries. Unfortunately, for things like climate change, we're still trying to do studies and research to try to figure out a more beneficial way to keep our honeybee populations alive.
With the insecticides, what crops are, as far as GMOs, what crops are most subject to having GMOs within them?
So for me around this area, we really come into contact with cotton crops. Now in some areas they're also experiencing these problems with melon crops as well, due to the fact that in those types of situations in areas you really want that pollination from those honeybees to allow those melons to grow even bigger and get a better crop. But at the same time, those farmers are now realizing the importance of getting rid of those pests. And so for especially almond orchards, melon crops, etc., that's where we're starting to come into the issue of the genetically modified crops that include insecticide.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You don't care?
Okay, all right, yeah.
Hi, what's your name?
Jacob Pennington.
Yeah, whichever county.
Wise County, sorry.
Okay.
Let me tell you a story of Larry the cotton farmer from Lubbock, Texas, who's on the verge of losing everything. His cotton fields were ravaged by not one, but two kinds of pests: a cotton root knot nematode infestation and fusarium wilt fungus. The warm spring temps and rain created the perfect storm for ultimate yield loss. His harvest is what puts food on the table for his wife Evelyn and 3 young kids. He now has nothing to show for all of his hard work, and the bank has already been at his throat about late payments, and they are threatening to foreclose on his house. Larry can barely look Evelyn in the eyes. One night, he gets down on his knees and prays to God, asking for the solution to be revealed to him. His family, farm, and future hang in the balance. Hello, my name is Jacob Pennington from the Wise County 4-H. Believe it or not, there are several devastating stories out there just like Larry's. But this is not the end of Larry's story. New technology is allowing farmers and ranchers to have the ability to manage their crops more efficiently. CRISPR-Cas9 is a gene editing technology that is revolutionizing the agriculture industry. Simply, it allows scientists to cut, paste, and delete features from a plant. That's right, folks, we are talking about the future of genetically modified organisms. Now, this may sound something straight out of the movie Frankenstein, but it is 100% real. CRISPR's, no, not the new sandwich at Popeyes, is also known as clustered regularly interspaced short palindromic repeats. According to the Broad Institute, CRISPR's spacer sequences are transcribed into short RNA sequences capable of guiding the system and matching it to sequences of DNA. When the targeted DNA is found, Cas9, one of the enzymes produced by the CRISPR system, binds to the DNA and cuts it, shutting the targeted gene off. Using modified versions of Cas9, researchers can activate gene expression instead of cutting the DNA. Whoa, that was an information overload. Even my eyes are starting to glaze over. To break it down into really simple terms, CRISPR allows geneticists to take strands of DNA and cut out or insert specific traits into the specific strand of DNA. This technique has the ability to allow scientists to create genetically superior specimens of plants. To answer a question we are all thinking, where did this mind-blowing technology even come from? The creators of the CRISPR's technology, Emmanuel Charpentier and Jennifer Doudna, revolutionized this gene editing technology in 2009. They have continued to advance CRISPRs over the last 14 years, and the two brilliant women even won a Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2020 for their incredible invention. Their goal was to create hardier plants to feed the growing population and help rid the world of viral airborne diseases and pathogens. The technology has caught on like wildfire in laboratories all across the globe, and the two women will go down in history as the inventors of one of the most influential gene editing technologies ever developed. While this is all really cool scientific information that we can use while playing Jeopardy on our couch later tonight, it's time we answer the question, how does this relate to the agriculture industry? As we all know, the population is growing rapidly, and researchers and agriculturalists are working hand in hand to find more sustainable and reliable pathways to meet the needs of the rapidly growing population. CRISPR's Cas9 is giving them an option to solve global food security concerns. The CRISPR's technology has been used on crops, such as tomatoes, citrus plants, wheat, and maize, just to name a few. Now the methodology is being used by the ag industry to deter a new threat that is on the horizon. This current risk to crops is known as insecticide resistance, which is defined as the inherited change in the level of sensitivity a pest population has to an insecticide. That pest can present itself in the form of a cotton aphid, which has a history of being insecticide resistant due to its ability to reproduce so quickly. Or a fungus, such as rice blast, a deadly disease that damages rice, an essential crop responsible for feeding over half the world. The CRISPR's technology provides a feasible way to identify and influence plant characteristics, combating both past, present, and future threats to the agriculture industry. CRISPR's Cas9 is just one form of integrated pest management, which focuses on the long-term prevention of pests or damages to crops by pests without using chemicals. In the fall of 2022, the Cotton Board, along with the USDA, awarded the Texas A&M Department of Entomology a grant to conduct research on new pest management tools for cotton production. After all, the cotton industry represents $2.4 billion to Texas GDP, supports almost 40,000 jobs throughout the state, and has grown on nearly 5 million acres each year. Texas ranks first in cotton production, is the leading cash crop in the state, and has grown on nearly 5 million acres each year. So it should not come as any surprise that this is a natural resource worth protecting. The goal of this 3-year project is to use CRISPR's Cas9 technology to make plants more insect resistant. The project aims to silence genes in cotton which produce monoterpenes, chemicals which produce an odor that attract insects. By removing the odor characteristic from cotton plants, researchers believe cotton will be more resistant to pests and therefore infestation should decrease. Insects are perpetually evolving resistance to whatever we throw at them, Greg Sword, Texas AgriLife research scientist, said. So it's important that our tools continue to develop as well. If the project is successful, it will help boost the economy by increasing yields and cutting production costs, while also helping the environment by reducing the need for so many pesticides. This grant shows the motivation to invest in research which focuses on using new technology that will help benefit the Texas cotton farmer. With CRISPRs, anything is possible. The Texas agriculture industry is and will continue to use this new technology to flourish. With the help of CRISPR's Cas9, the future of Texas ag is bright. Let's go back to Larry the farmer. With CRISPRs, he can plant a pest-resistant cotton and have a successful harvest. He can put food on the table for Evelyn and his kids and begin to catch up on bank payments. This will allow him to pass his farm on to his children and help keep the agriculture dream alive. But that's not all that can be done. What about the possibility of completely eradicating worldwide wheat rust, or increasing shelf life and decreasing bruising in fruits and vegetables? All of this is possible with CRISPRs. Now that is a future I want to live in. Thank you.
So realizing you highlighted many great facts of leveraging CRISPRs, what would you say to a customer who says, I don't want any GMO products or nothing bioengineered on any of my labels?
Yes, ma'am. The biggest thing that I'm trying to get across with this speech is the population is growing rapidly, and we have to find new ways to sustain the population. We have to be able to find new ways to adapt to these situations and to be able to provide to all of these people. And CRISPRs and GMOs is a huge way for us to be able to produce more crops for these people. And if they're struggling to understand that, it's simply we have to be able to provide in order to survive. And if we can't do that, then what are we trying to accomplish?
How would you suggest advocating, though, to the general public that may not realize the importance of GMOs and the genetically modified?
Yes,
really
ma'am.
advocate for understanding with the general public and consumers.
Yes, ma'am. I would say social media is a huge part of our lives, and that is a main thing that we can use to advocate for GMOs and for this new technology in order to produce. And the way I would go about doing that is showing graphics of what the population is estimated to be. The average age of a farmer is, I believe, 55 years old, and they have to find new ways to be able to produce constantly, regardless of the weather, because of what the population is going to be. And so going out there and showing these kinds of graphics, explaining to the people the circumstances that we're dealing with, I believe would be a huge positive in terms of advocating for this technology.
Okay. You said that by editing the genes, right, to make them eliminate the smell that attracts bugs,
Yes.
right? That makes them more bug resistant. What am I missing there? How does that work? How does by not attracting making them more resistant?
Yes, ma'am. So monoterphenes in cotton is a gene that produces an odor, and that odor attracts the insects to the cotton. And so by removing the monoterphenes, the cotton will no longer produce that odor, so it takes away the ability for the insects to want to come to cotton as much. Obviously, cotton will still probably come, but it won't be as much because that odor will not be there to attract them. Y'all have any more questions?
Okay.
Thank you all so much for your time. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. How are y'all doing? Hi, Kimmy. Nice to meet you.
What's your last name?
Berry, B-E-R-R-Y. Oh, you're good. K-Y-N-L-E-E for Kinley, and then B-E-R-R-Y. Midlothian Heritage FFA. Or you can say Midlothian. It's fine. M-I-D-L-O-T-H-I-A-N. All of them.
Or is Midlothian Heritage?
It can be a student Midlothian and Midlothian Heritage. We have two separate high schools, but both of our chapters are kind of confusing in what we combine and what we don't combine. So, all of them things. Alright. Let me walk you through the production of
on water. There have been multiple big hit movies that revolve around water. To name a few, Moana, Avatar, and my all-time favorite, Finding Nemo, all share water as a key feature in the movies. Within these movies, the characters are able to interact with the water and show how it is essential for their everyday lives. But beyond the screen, water does so much more than storytelling. Water is the #1 natural resource needed daily for our human survival. Without it, we would not be able to survive, since our human bodies are made up of 60% of water. That is why I am here today to spread awareness for how much water is truly needed. Hello, my name is Kinley Berry with the Midlothian Heritage FFA chapter in the oh-so-great Area 8 Association. Water is the flow of life. In the movie Moana, she experiences her very own personal relationship with the water. Her home and the islands nearby were suffering from the pollutants coming from Te Kā. Te Kā was slowly killing all of the island's crops, turning coconuts black, and the lagoon's fish had been fished out. Moana then put forth her effort with Maui to fight against Te Kā. Te Kā was then defeated, who then turned into Te Fiti, and she restored all of the islands back to their natural life. Now, Moana might be fiction, but our widespread global problem of water pollution is jeopardizing our health. In an article recently written by NRDC, Water Pollution, Everything You Need to Know, it states that water is a universal solvent that is easily affected by toxic substances because it can dissolve more substances than any other liquid on Earth. Toxic substances from farms, factories, and towns readily dissolve into and mix with it. Some of these include pesticides, metals, bacteria, human or animal drugs. The biggest chemical known in the agricultural world today is nitrates that come from farming. Nitrates are essential, but in excess amounts can cause significant water quality problems in our aquifers found underground. I recently visited with our Ellis County water and soil conservationist Chad Grantham. Chad warns us that some of the major issues going on within Ellis County are an increase in soil pollution, which is leading to unsanitary and pollution water levels to rise. This is leading to more sickness to be found within our county. Now, Moana had to fight against Te Kā, so we should also be fighting against the pollutants that we are putting in our water. The newest Avatar movie is called The Way of Water. This Avatar movie featured everything about the water world. The forest avatars had to learn to adapt to the ways of the water avatars. They had to do this by learning how to eat, drink, swim, breathe underwater, and ultimately sustain their survival within the islands. Their next battle was to fight against the humans so that they couldn't destroy everything that they had known, from the forests to the islands. The life that is lived within these movies perfectly demonstrates the life we also live. Our circle of life on Earth revolves around water, consisting of at least 71% of water. Our water needs to be better taken care of by the practices we use in our economy. In an article written about our economic crisis, $260 billion is lost globally each year due to the basic lack of water and sanitation. From this quote, we can gather the information that people all around the world are struggling to get safe, sanitary water for themselves and their families. But on the upside of our economy, for every $1 spent invested into water and sanitation provides a $4 economic return from lower health costs, more productivity, and fewer premature death. Like the Navi face displacement due to human greed, many low-income communities are often at risk, often hit hardest by water shortages, rising sea levels, and water privatization. We need to do our part in helping the economy by putting in that dollar. Just keep swimming, just keep swimming, just keep swimming, swimming, swimming. Those famous words from Finding Nemo remind us that perseverance leads to survival. And the movie started out in their quarrel, which to them was their harm. It then showed how all of Nemo's brothers and sisters were taken by an ocean predator. Marlin later in his life then learned that in order to protect his son, he needed to keep him within the reef, which is the same way we should also protect the well-being of our watersheds. The health of clean waters is heavily influenced by the condition of their surrounding watersheds that can wash off from the land to the water and cause substantial harm. Through research, I found a website that was dedicated to help improving our Earth's water. In an article written on that website, it states that water is a natural resource that is helped to provide water storage, water filtration, flood control, the effects of climate change, and more. However, pollution and mismanagement threaten their abilities to provide sustainable, clean water. Texas alone is requiring a total of 20 trillion liters of water by the year 2070. Yet, the water scarcity is rising in all 254 counties. Our state itself shows just how scarce water is going to be. Imagine if Marlin hadn't protected his son from the reef and threatened dangers that were endangering him. He would have then lost Nemo just like he lost all his other children. Now imagine how much we would lose if we didn't protect the water of our healthy watersheds that sustain the living life around us. From agriculture to wildlife and to our environment, it is water that binds us together. Without it, we are put to many risks, including health issues, economic decline, and irreversible chemical changes. We all play a role in conserving our water. Whether that's reducing pollution or advocating for sustainability policies, every action counts. So let us take responsibility now so that we and future generations will never have to know a world without clean water. As Moana would say, how far are you willing to go? Thank you.
Okay, my first question is, how exactly are we supposed to be taking responsibility or stopping pollution?
Yes. So some of the practical practices that we can use in our everyday life with helping reducing pollution is by making sure we are watching what we are putting down our sinks, our garbage disposals, maybe making sure the chemicals within our pool are always right, because the evaporation from the watersheds that then run off, we have to be able to make sure that we're using the correct pesticides, or we're using the correct ways of whenever we are removing those crops from the ground, that we're not investing those chemicals back into the soil to then create that pollution that then comes in from the runoff of the watershed. So we have to make sure that we are being cautious of what we are putting onto the ground, onto our crops, and the livelihood of what we are putting within our house, our pools, or our land.
Give me suggestions or how that you personally have advocated with your own peers to make, because I feel like that in some respects, the younger generation are not maybe understanding that water isn't to be continuous from the sink.
Yes. So the biggest way that I think I've been able to advocate is by presenting this speech to all of my classes, my 7-day period class worth of all of the generation that I live in, and all of my class and all of my fellow classmates. I think that's the biggest way that I've been able to advocate for it, as well as the teachers, because I'm then able to let the teachers listen on, and then they're able to ask questions and be like, oh, I didn't know this existed, or oh, I didn't know this issue was happening. I didn't know that state's water scarcity was so high right now. And so I think the biggest way that I've been able to advocate is through those, but then I also add on a couple of practices that I use every day, and that's by taking shorter showers, making sure I'm not washing the dishes for 20 minutes. It doesn't take that long to scrub it off. Or if you would rather hand wash your dishes versus throwing in the dishwasher, that'll save about like 10 gallons of water as well. So I think being able to integrate those practices into my life with how much water I'm spending, how much I'm using, the water bills that I'm now able to foresee with my parents, I've been able to really continue to open my eyes to the little things that really do make a big difference at the end of the year.
What is the biggest source of pollution in our water?
The biggest source of pollution within our water is the chemical nitrates that are most known in the agricultural world, but the biggest known in our world today would probably be the bacteria that runs off from the different chemicals and things that we are putting into the lakes to try and help the algae or the mold, or try to help anyways, but yes, the biggest thing is those bacteria and those viruses that are then contaminating our water, which is then causing the sickness to then arrive within our county and within our people, because then we are now taking that groundwater, which is our biggest source in Texas, and that's where we pull most of our water from. So with those chemicals of the metals and the bacteria evolving into our groundwater, now when we're taking those out, we're cleaning those, we're filtering those, we're putting those into our body, that can cause our sickness, our immune system to be down. It can cause all of our stomach geriatric problems and all the things like that. So.
Thank
appreciate it, you guys.
What's your name? Louisa. It probably says Julissa if you want to paper.
We don't have to. And your last name?
Perez.
And what college are you from?
Livingston FFA.
Okay.
Why did the corn get promoted at work? Because it was outstanding in its field. Sorry for the corny joke, but do you know how important corn actually is? 1 bushel of corn can produce 13.5 pounds of livestock feed, or 38 boxes of cereal, or even 2.8 gallons of ethanol. In a world where the demand for food is constantly growing and environmental challenges loom, the need for high-yielding, resilient crops is more pressing than ever. Hello, I'm Louisa Perez from the Livingston FFA chapter, and I'm here to educate you on the significance of crossbreeding corn in our agricultural industry. My passion for crossbreeding sparked in biology class when we started talking about the genetic material found in our crops. I learned that you can make crops not only look better, but taste better too. Through my advanced plant and soil science class, I have recently had the opportunity to conduct research experiments over the different growing conditions that certain corn species can tolerate. With this research, I hope to one day develop a corn species that any farmer in the United States can utilize. Now, you may be wondering what exactly crossbreeding is. Well, it's a way of mixing different types of corn to create new varieties with the traits we want. Think of it like mixing paint colors to get just the right shade. Farmers and scientists pick parent plants with specific qualities like being able to grow in certain conditions or resisting pests and combine them to create corn that's even better at doing what we need it to do. In technical terms, crossbreeding is a deliberate process of mating 2 different varieties or species of corn to create offspring with desirable traits. It's like playing matchmaker for plants. Unlike other breeding methods, crossbreeding relies on the natural genetic variability. So, what exactly are farmers and scientists trying to perfect in our crops? Well, crossbreeding improves yield, disease resistance, nutritional content, and environmental sustainability. By selectively breeding parent plants with high productivity traits such as vigorous growth, efficient nutrient uptake, and optimized flowering and breeding patterns, breeders can create offspring with increased yield capacities. This boost in yield not only addresses the ever-growing global demand for food, but also ensures economic stability for farmers worldwide. With every crop, diseases and pests are a major concern for farmers. By incorporating genes for disease resistance from wild relatives or other plant species into domesticated crops like corn, breeders can fortify plants against common pathogens and pests. This natural defense mechanism reduces the reliance on chemical pesticides, minimizes crop losses, and fosters more sustainable farming practices. Now, I don't know about you, but I absolutely love corn. But what are the nutritional benefits? Crossbreeding holds the promise of enriching crops with essential vitamins, minerals, and proteins. By selectively breeding parent plants with superior nutritional profiles, breeders can create offspring with enhanced nutritional content. For corn, this means higher levels of key nutrients like vitamin A, iron, and protein, thereby combating malnutrition and promoting better health outcomes for consumers worldwide. Crossbreeding promotes the development of crops capable of thriving in diverse and challenging environments. These environments may include fluctuating climates, droughts, floods, or poor soil conditions. Crossbred varieties of corn demonstrate resilience and adaptability to such conditions, ensuring stable yields even amidst environmental uncertainties. This adaptability not only guarantees consistent harvest for farmers, but also lessens the environmental impact of agriculture. By reducing the need for resources like water and fertilizer, crops contribute to environmental sustainability. They also play a vital role in conserving biodiversity, which is vital for maintaining healthy ecosystems. Although crossbreeding corn offers numerous advantages, it also presents its own array of challenges that require careful consideration and management. One significant challenge is the genetic variability within crossbred populations. This variability arises from the diverse genetic backgrounds of the parent plants involved in the crossbreeding process. To overcome this challenge, breeders use rigorous selection methods to identify and stabilize desired traits over generations. Another challenge is ensuring uniformity across generations. particularly in large-scale agricultural production systems where consistency in crop performance is critical. Variability in traits such as plant height, flowering time, and maturity can impact crop management practices, harvesting efficiency, and overall crop quality. Maintaining strict breeding protocols and conducting trials in different locations across diverse environments can help assess the performance and adaptability of crop breeding efforts aimed at enhancing agricultural productivity and food security. One example of crossbred corn is the Pioneer hybrids developed at Pioneer Hybrid International. These hybrids are the result of extensive crossbreeding programs aimed at combining traits such as high yield potential, disease resistance, and nutritional content. As we all know, Texas reaches record high temperatures during the summer months. But this results in droughts that wreak havoc on crops, leading to devastating yield losses and economic hardships for farmers. But with this species of corn, it is able to adapt even in the scorching summers of Texas. Through selective breeding over multiple generations, Pioneer hybrids have become commercially successful varieties that are widely used by farmers around the world. In conclusion, crossbreeding corn has proven to be a significant asset for agriculture, playing a vital role in ensuring stable food production, environmental sustainability, and resilience against various challenges. By tapping into the natural diversity within corn species, crossbreeding has allowed for the creation of hybrids with a wide variety of desirable traits. These desirable traits not only benefit farmers by boosting crop performance and profitability, but also help address global issues like climate change and food insecurity. Looking ahead, further advancements in crossbreeding techniques and the development of new hybrid varieties will be crucial for meeting the rising demand for food while minimizing the environmental impact of agriculture. Overall, crossbreeding corn serves as a cornerstone of agricultural progress, offering solutions to pressing challenges and paving the way for a brighter, more resilient future. Thank you.
Okay, so you mentioned biodiversity, so I want to know how selective breeding and crossbreeding is promoting biodiversity when you're trying to get uniformity.
So with crossbreeding, it allows you to use less pesticides and less things for your crops. So if you're trying to grow like regularly, like GMOs, they take genes from like foreign genes into the new gene pool. And essentially that's creating not only an issue within the crop, but it's also creating an issue within your entire farm. Because with crossbreeding, you're allowing yourself to not use as much pesticides as you would for other crops because you're using the genes that are already there.
So, by using crossbreeding, what are ways that you're, and I know that you talked more on her answer towards not having to use pesticides and some of those things. How are you able to improve the quality and eating from a human perspective of the corn?
Yes, ma'am. So I would say with GMOs, what they're doing is they're taking foreign genes and adding them into the gene pool of the crop. But with crossbreeding, you're using the genes that are already present. So that way you're not interfering with maybe this foreign gene has any bacteria that could be in the crop. So you're allowing yourself to breed all of that breeding out, or all of that bacteria out through crossbreeding while you're using the same genes that are already present. And I don't know about you, but I personally would like food that looks better and tastes better for me as well.
Like you, I very much enjoy corn as well. And tell me a little bit of your understanding of how the nutritional increase of protein, et cetera, is how that is being genetically improved with that.
Yes, ma'am. So while I was listening to the Blue Jeans and Boots podcast by the plant breeding professor at Texas A&M, Dr. David Elmstelli, he actually mentioned that it is improving a lot because it's allowing your body to not be introduced to the foreign genes, as I mentioned, because a lot of those foreign genes don't really react well because as you're breeding them, it could interfere with the genes that are already present. So if you use genes that is already known to your crop, then it'll be a good gene and a good crop overall. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
Jordan Folks.
What's the last name?
Folks, Folks.
And then where are you from?
Huffman FFA.
The world is your oyster, once quoted by the famous playwright Shakespeare. Hearing this, I think of how deep the oysters grow in the sand, and I can't help but wonder if what he meant was we can have all the happiness in the world if we dig deep enough to find it. When I was younger, my family loved to go to Galveston Bay for the annual Jeep run. I found my happiness in the beach, on the sand, digging for oysters. I dug until my little red bucket was filled to the top. Full of excitement, I ran to my mom, and before the words could even leave my mouth, she knew what I was going to ask, and she told me, "No, you cannot bring those home." So I sat on the beach until sunset, trying to pry the oyster shells open to see if I could find that perfect pearl inside. Lo and behold, I couldn't open it. So after a long day of digging and prying, my family would go to Katie's Seafood House on the pier. Every time without fail, my dad would order the oysters. Although I never wanted to try them, I always wondered, what is an oyster? When people hear the word agriculture, they think of the sows, plows, and cows. But that doesn't even scratch the surface. When you dig a little deeper, you find a whole new world of agriculture. This includes oysters. Oysters are part of the animal kingdom, but they're not meat. They fall in the same category as clams and mussels. They're bivalve mollusk. A bivalve mollusk is a freshwater invertebrate whose body is protected by a hard external covering connected by two hinges. In oysters, these hinges are used for water filtration, and so the oysters can move deeper into the sand. Something unique for oysters is that these hinges are also used during reproduction. Oysters are what we call broadcast spawners. This is when the egg and the sperm are released into the water, also known as external fertilization. Once the sperm fertilizes the egg, it takes about 6 hours for the larva to fully develop. Another 4 weeks for that larva to attach to a shell or a rocky surface. A year later, you have a fully grown, mature oyster that's ready to be shipped to restaurants all around Texas. So we know what an oyster is, we know how they reproduce, but how do we get them from the ocean onto a plate? Oyster farming can be tracked back to the Roman times, and many of the same farming practices are still used today. Two of the most common ways to farm oysters are bottom culture and off-bottom culture. Bottom culture is when the oyster farm is based on the sea floor. This best replicates an oyster's natural environment and builds a stronger shell for the oysters. Off-bottom culture is when the oyster farm is based on the surface of the water. Oysters are grown in mesh bags for a more controlled and safer environment for the oysters to grow and develop. A new, more modern way of farming is tank farming. Oysters farmed in tanks allow for a faster harvesting season and are more accessible to our central states. However, 4 years after Texas became an oyster farming state, the Gulf Coast now makes up 51% of oysters farmed in America. The warm, nutrient-filled waters of Texas are the perfect growing environment for oysters. The green algae in the waters is an endless food supply and adds a great flavor for our consumers. Although oysters are such a small part of Texas's large ecosystem, they still hold great importance. Without the oyster reefs, the 303 species that live there would lose their home. This draws attention to the question, what could cause so much damage to our oysters that we would be at risk of losing them? There's a clear answer: pollution. Water pollution occurs when a harmful substance contaminates a body of water, making it unsafe for human consumption and disrupting an aquatic ecosystem. You may be able to recall hearing about the major oil spill back in Galveston in May of 2019. It exposed 599,676 gallons of pure gasoline into the Gulf Coast. Or it just sounds like another Tuesday, because it was only one of 230 oil spills reported in Galveston during 2019. Oysters filter about 50 gallons of water a day. However, in doing so, they retain the pollution they filter out of our waters. When the oil inevitably gets into the oyster system, it stops them from reproducing. Eating oysters from this contaminated water can cause infections and diseases such as hepatitis A. Pollution also affects the places oyster farms can harvest. Pollution creates dead zones in our water A dead zone is an area in the water where the oxygen level is too low for any living species to survive. This rapid decrease in our oyster population has led to a strain on our economy. Oysters are the backbone of the shellfish industry, bringing in $50 million every year to the Texas economy. Without the oyster farms, 16,000 jobs would be in jeopardy. Everyone from oyster harvesters to oyster shuckers to oyster farmers. Governor Greg Abbott noticed how important oysters are to Texas, and he took action. He signed House Bill 1300, making Texas the last coastal state to allow oyster farms. After the bill was signed, the first permit was given to Mr. Brad Lomax. Mr. Lomax went on to found an 8-acre ranch in Capano Bay, housing roughly 800,000 oysters every year. Since House Bill 1300 was signed, 33 new oyster farms have been built in Galveston, homing 9.1 million oysters every year. Oysters aren't only benefiting Texas, they're benefiting America by feeding our population and bringing in $254.3 million to the United States economy. We may not be digging deep for our oysters anymore, but we get to advocate for this industry to survive. But for these oysters to live, we need to keep filling our buckets with the knowledge of this growing enterprise. The world is your oyster. What are you going to do with it?
So my first question is, do you know what the effects on oyster farming, and I'm not talking about like the ones where they have the oyster cages like above the water, but I'm talking about like deep water oyster farming. Do you know what those effects are on the ecosystem and the existence of the Gulf Coast trees?
So as anything, there has drawbacks and benefits to oyster farming when you're using bottom culture. One of the drawbacks of bottom culture, which typically leads farmers away from it, is the fact that it's not as safe for the oysters and you have more of a chance of losing your harvest. Also, all the equipment you use, such as lines and stuff, will sometimes get lost in the water, and although they do their best to clean it up, there ends up being some type of trash left behind. However, with those drawbacks, there's also benefits. As I mentioned, oysters are used for water filtration. So when you're growing these oysters on the bottom of our ocean, it allows for a more continuous flow of water filtration, making our waters cleaner.
Are you familiar with any enhancements that are being made to farmed oysters genetically that are sorry, this is a really bad question. Related to I think mine are becoming too specific.
I have another question as well.
Yes.
So kind of going back to what you're saying, do you know, okay, so if they're still bottom water fishing, right, and pulling those oysters away from the reef that's trying to rebuild itself, what are those implications? And also, what is the income for bottom water farming versus the off bottom farming?
So as far as our oyster reefs go, we have specific places, mainly in Galveston, I know, especially near Capano Bay, where we have oyster reefs that you can't farm those oysters. They stay there so they can keep rebuilding our oyster reefs to provide homes for our animals. They stabilize our shorelines to prevent erosion, and they reduce disease impacts on wild populations. As far as the income goes for bottom culture versus off bottom culture, typically you're going to see more income when you do off bottom culture because you have a larger harvest. You are guaranteed, you're not guaranteed, but you are more likely to see benefits from that harvest because you are controlling that environment. Whereas off bottom culture, these oysters are subjected to the natural environment. While that builds a stronger shell for them, it can also cause issues as far as farming goes just because of the natural environment that they're in.
I've heard that there's challenges with the oyster farmers, in particular around some of the offshore oil rigs, etc. that the oil industry is not wanting to allow. Can you give me examples of how that, maybe can work policy related to try to increase the opportunity to do that?
Yes. So I know that since oyster farming is such a new industry, especially to Texas, we're on year 6 of having oyster farms in Texas, and Texas being an oil and gas state. These oil rigs that are out in the middle of the ocean, they come with their challenges, especially as far as pollution goes. Policies can vary very differently depending on where you're at. I think one of the biggest things I've heard of is when that bill was signed, it has to be within, I believe it's 50 to 100 yards of an oil rig if you're building a farm. And if the farm is already established, you can't put an oil rig within 5 miles of it. Vice versa, if the oil rig's already established, you can't put the oyster farm within 5 to 10 miles of it.
What is the biggest challenge facing oyster farmers?
The biggest challenge right now facing oyster farmers, especially in Texas, is our weather. We've had so much flooding in the past 3 years that the waters are changing, and inevitably our oysters aren't adapting as fast, so you're seeing less and less of a production of oysters, making them less accessible to restaurants all around Texas and all around America.
How would you encourage people to eat more oysters?
So I think eating oysters is definitely a touchy subject, especially for some people. Personally, I don't care for them. However,
I'm shocked.
I know.
The world's your oyster. You don't like eating them?
Oh no, I think I'm gonna have to pass on that. But I do think that encouraging other people, especially in a more of older generations, like 30 and above, I say older, but 30 and above, they tend to gravitate more towards that, and especially on fancier occasions. However, these oysters that are being farmed aren't just used for eating. I know a place in Poland where they're using these oyster farms, and they're taking oysters from it, and these oysters sit in basically a jar of water, and when the water gets too contaminated, they shut off the water to the city in Poland, so that way the people aren't drinking that contaminated water. Thank you.
Good afternoon, judges. Katie Turner.
Where are you from, Katie?
I'm from Llano, Texas, representing the Llano FFA chapter. It started with a soft tapping sound, and then an abrupt popping, and eventually morphed into a muffled drum roll echoing throughout my home. Typically, the sound of rain on our tin roof is a welcome noise, but this time it turned into one of the scariest experiences in Llano County history. Soon reports came of the river flooding down from Junction. My friends and neighbors tried to prepare the best that we could as we watched the water tear through our county, destroying businesses, homes, and the land as it went. This was the flood of 2018. Fast forward, 4 years later, sitting in the same pew every Sunday, I joined in our community prayer, which always ended with, "And dear Lord, please, let it rain." It is hard to believe that water has been on the top of our prayer concerns for years now, but also the cause of so much destruction in both of these trying times that we've prayed about. This became more apparent to me when I learned about the fruit of perseverance. In Romans 5:3-4, it states, "For we rejoice in our sufferings, because we know suffering brings about perseverance, perseverance character, and character hope." I found this lesson in verse to be right in line with one of my favorite lines from our FFA Creed. In this line, it states that we believe in the promise of better days through better ways, even as the better things we now enjoy have come to us from the struggles of former years. It is in these struggles that we can produce fruit. And I have come to realize that the fruit of perseverance in agriculture stems from water conservation and management. Hi, I'm Katie Turner from the Llano FFA chapter, and I believe that if we look at this concept like a piece of fruit, it can be broken down into the 3 P's: the peel, the pulp, and the pit, and they all relate to water conservation and management. Let's start with the outside, the peel. In order to understand water conservation today, we must peel it back and take a look at the past. How did we get to where we are today? Imagine this, it's 1931, the beginning of a decade-long series of droughts and dust storms. Dust surrounds you with each breath you take. The cattle you once loved watching graze in the pasture have vanished, as has the grass they enjoyed. This was the beginning of the Dust Bowl and Great Depression, one of the most difficult time periods our nation faced. But as hard times often do, they revealed the need for something new: leadership when protecting and conserving our natural resources. Out of this time was born organizations such as the LCRA in 1934, the NRCS in 1935, and soil and water conservation boards starting in 1937. These organizations have spurred on initiatives that have not only made an impact on conservation across the nation, but in my own life. My uncle was a state conservationist in 4 different states, was influential in policymaking for grant programs such as EQIP, and was a part of the NRCS when it transitioned over from the SES, or Soil Conservation Service. And my grandfather worked for the Texas Rural Water Association, so I grew up knowing a lot about conservation. But it wasn't until my involvement with the Texas State Brigades, the Soil Stewardship Speaking Contest, and my own local NRCS and SWCB that I began to realize I can make an effort on conservation in my own right. I plan to use my experiences in my future career within the agriculture industry, which leads me to the 2nd P of the fruit of our perseverance: the pulp, which represents current agricultural uses and ways of conserving water. In order to feed and clothe our future population, agricultural production will need to increase by approximately 70%, and every bit of it relies on water. Thankfully, progressive agriculturists have increased production and cut water usage rates by 25% in the last 10 years through the incorporation of more efficient irrigation and conservation farming methods. Well-designed irrigation systems, such as drip and center pivot, can have water efficiency rates of 85 to 95%, making them much more water conscious than older methods. Furthermore, we must encourage soil stability in order to prevent runoff and flooding and erosion. In fact, researchers from Iowa State, along with the American Flood Coalition, have found that multi-cropping, or cover cropping, along watersheds can reduce flooding and erosion by approximately 30%. This is precisely why the American Farm Bureau and USDA have teamed up with the goal of doubling the amount of acreage planted in cover crops by the year 2030. Thankfully, the USDA supports initiatives like this and the Conservation Reserve and Stewardship programs, which aims to improve water quality and prevent the loss of wildlife habitats by providing landowners with a yearly rental payment to plant native grasses. And just as planting these grass seeds leads to a more sustainable future, we can plant seeds of knowledge which will be the fruit of our future in water conservation and management. This is where I come in, and you, and all FFA members and agriculturists. Thankfully, this way, we can get to the last P, the pit of our fruit and water conservation and management through agricultural education by doing just as our FFA creed states, of exerting an influence in our homes and communities, which will stand solid for our part in that inspiring task of water conservation and management. Thank you.
So what is the biggest way, obviously you talked about that you're involved in conservation groups yourself, but what is the biggest way that you are ensuring water has a future?
Yes, ma'am. So, as you mentioned, I am personally involved with our Soil and Water Conservation District as well as Natural Resources Conservation Service. But what I have done through that to ensure the future of water conservation is work with kids at our summer reading programs, which I helped start this summer, as well as the Ag Education Day for kids in kindergarten through 5th grade. Our overarching theme was healthy soil, healthy life. And as influential as I wanted to be in those kids' lives, I found that actually happening at Halloween the next day. Kids were running up to me saying, "You're the healthy soil, healthy life girl." Exactly. But what I am doing to ensure the future is educating others at events, not just this, but kids, and I have also been able to speak to crowds over 300 people at our Beef and Range Day. It has a lot of counties in the Hill District area. So I am ensuring the future by educating others. Thank you for your question.
So what are some practical ways that, your average rancher or farmer can practice water conservation in a way that actually makes an impact?
Right, so as I mentioned, there are center pivot and drip irrigation that are more water conscious. Those are costly, so then you can get a program like the EQIP grant program to help pay for those expensive irrigation systems. You can also implement subsoil drip irrigation for the average farmer. There are soil probes that you can put in there to see exactly how much moisture in order to ensure proper water usage. You're not over flooding that field. As for ranchers, that comes into play with making sure that cattle have enough water, but you don't have too many troughs that are taking up that groundwater, which the NRCS can help, again, with grants through the stewardship program. But to expand on the sides, just farmers and ranchers, because we want the whole population to know about water conservation. The general public can use water appliances in their homes, such as water shaving shower heads and dishwashers, and utilizing their gray water. Thank you.
I know that you told ways that you advocated with the younger generation, but how are you advocating with your peers to make them more aware of ways that they can conserve water?
Yes, ma'am.
Just the daily that are not agriculture focused.
Yes, ma'am. That is a wonderful question. So in order to prepare me for the speaking contest, my ag teacher put me in front of rooms of my peers, older than me as well as younger than me, and my same age at our high school. Now, her purpose was to get me comfortable talking to people. But what I found was I was able to talk to them, give them this 8-minute speech, answer their questions, and people had no idea. They had no idea of the ways that agriculture could do it, and they had no idea of the ways that they could implement it themselves. So I talked to different classes, whether that be an ag class or a regular ed class like English or science. But I also do talk to my different friends because they're like, why do you speak on water? One, why do you public speak? Because that's nerve-wracking. But two, why do you speak on water? So I am just able to talk to them every day. Thank you for your question.
And other than water conservation, what are some other methods that can help with the water disparity that we're seeing in Texas?
Right, so I believe that in order to work with the water disparity
that all comes down to, again, education. Because while people are so focused on getting an effective response right away, they must be educated on how to do that. So I believe that the best way to work with that is on educating others, but we must first educate ourselves. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Have a great day. Thank you.
Sorry.
Whenever you're ready,
Yes, sir,
let's
thank
start. We'll start the time.
Do you want to hear a joke? What do lasers sit on at church? Pew, 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 pew. Okay. One more. Why don't scarecrows eat anything for lunch? Well, because they're already stuffed. Today, I want to explain how lasers and scarecrows are being used in combination to greatly benefit agriculture. Good morning. I'm Colton Scarborough with the Iowa Park FFA, and I'm here to discuss the invention that people thought could only exist in a sci-fi world: laser scarecrows. While it may seem like a bunch of corny jokes, these puns have become a reality, with new prototypes of laser scarecrows being used all over the world. Scarecrows have been a part of agriculture since 2500 BC, and have played a vital role in keeping our crops safe from crows and other avians. But over time, birds have adapted to the traditional scarecrow, and in turn, making them less effective as they were in previous years. However, in the 1970s, we began to see the first use of laser scarecrows being implemented at airports in Europe to deter birds away from airplanes. And now currently, similar systems are now being used to protect farms all over the United States from these pesky predators. Today, I will discuss how laser scarecrows function, their effectiveness, and their laser focus on the future. An interesting part of laser scarecrows is their functionality. There are numerous types of laser scarecrows, ranging from handheld devices to automated sentries that could shoot birds up to 100 acres away, but they all follow the same concept. Laser scarecrows take advantage of the sensitivity that crows and other avians have, the color green. So what these manufacturers do is put sensors and green LED lights inside to work together and aim for those flying pests. When a laser scarecrow spots a bird in the area, shoots a laser at the bird, scaring it away before it can even touch the ground, with no harm to it at all. This strategy works extremely well, because with laser scarecrows, there is no adaptability, because birds can't adapt to something that comes and goes. In recent times, laser scarecrows have become more cost efficient, with LED lights and other materials now being cheaper and more abundant than before. In addition, manufacturers have been able to put solar panels on laser scarecrows, who help charge the lasers and the sensors, making laser scarecrows more practical and economical. But the effectiveness of the laser scarecrow is where this technology truly shines. Crop loss has significantly decreased in farms using laser scarecrows, and that number is still shrinking. For example, according to Ken Elliott with Elliott Farms, without laser scarecrows, he would lose almost 80% of his crops, like strawberries, but more importantly, corn. But with laser scarecrows, that number has decreased down to 20%. And when partnered with other crop defenses, like bird distress calls, losses have gone down to a mere 8%. With percentages like those, this new and upcoming technology has the potential to greatly impact agriculture. By increasing crop production with laser scarecrows, feed costs would also considerably decrease, which has been a major issue within the agricultural industry for decades. The lack of corn is an important reason why feed has become so expensive. There simply isn't enough product to meet the demand. And a factor why there isn't enough corn is because of crows. But laser scarecrows will reduce the loss of corn by a substantial amount, which will help with these rising feed costs. Laser scarecrows will also help ease the threat of food insecurity. According to feedamerica.org, over 4 million people just in Texas alone face starvation every year. But with the use of laser scarecrows, that number is going to decrease drastically. Locally, one example I have is the pecan shed, which has been facing a crow problem since it began planting its pecan trees over 40 years ago. After an interview with owner Jill Muntz, her business is now thinking about using laser scarecrows to help decrease the percentage of crop loss. With this reduction to crop loss, it's going to make pecans consistently available for consumers and also help lower retail cost. So while it may seem like a nutty invention, laser scarecrows will push the agricultural industry to its maximum by eliminating crop loss. In the future, as technology further improves, so will laser scarecrows. Big company manufacturers like Elliott and Avix are continuously improving this technology. Major issues like the cost, the range, and effectiveness have been greatly improved. One possible solution for cost has been found by University of Rhode Island researcher Rebecca Brown, who has shown interest in laser scarecrows and built her own model for only $500. Next, the range of the laser scarecrow has been greatly increased, with the more expensive ones reaching up to 100 acres. And finally, the effectiveness of the laser scarecrow has been fine-tuned by switching the mechanisms used to control the scarecrow, which has resulted in a reduced amount of crow-related incidents. Laser scarecrows are the way of the future, and manufacturers will find more ways to improve them to help further decrease the percentage of crop loss. Therefore, laser scarecrows will benefit everybody, from the farmer to the consumer. Ultimately, laser scarecrows have the potential to impact agriculture now and way into the future thanks to its continuous improvements. As stated in the FFA Creed, and the promise of better days through better ways, we are striving to make the agriculture industry better with these advancements in technology, just such as laser scarecrows. So, got one last joke for y'all today. What do crows put in their salad? Crotons! So, are laser scarecrows the next big thing, or just a joke? Well, I foresee them being a vital piece in helping eliminate crop loss. So as we continue to joke around and make puns, let's protect our crops from bird predators with lasers, one beam at a time. Thank you.
You mentioned that one of the laser scarecrows can cover up to 100 acres?
Yes, sir.
And just for information, how tall or what type of a design is this?
So those are kind of the more expensive ones, the ones that reach up to 100, and I've seen some that can even reach almost 150 acres. Those are pretty expensive. Those are for more like commercial use. Those can go up to like $10,000. But you talk about height, you can change it. It's very, it kind of depends on what model you buy. So I've seen ones that are like 10 feet tall. I've seen ones that are 18 feet tall. So it kind of just depends on what kind of farm you have and what you're looking for and your price limit.
I think I can figure the laser part of it out. I've got two questions. First part is, what is the mode of detection?
Like how it senses the birds? Right. So it kind of just detects the flapping motion from birds. So when it spots a bird trying to flap down, trying to get to seeds of your freshly planted corn, it detects it flying down, and so it shoots a laser at the bird. It doesn't have to shoot it in the eye. Many people think it has to shoot it in the eye for it to scare it. As long as the bird sees it, it flies away. As long as they see that bright flash of green light, it scares them away.
Is there applicability outside of crop agriculture, and how effective would it be on other species of bird?
So from what I've seen, it works for most species of birds. It doesn't just work for crows, but it works for other birds as well that can be kind of invasive. But one of the first times people used laser scarecrows has been for airports. When birds would line up on the runway, planes would have to, stop. And so they've been using laser scarecrows for airports since the 70s. But I have been seeing people trying to develop a laser scarecrow for hogs. So the reason that laser scarecrows work so well against crows and other birds is because, kind of like dogs, they see differently than us. And they're really sensitive to the color green. And so when they see that bright flash of green light, that's what really scares them away. So scientists are trying to develop a different type of color that could work for hogs, which has been kind of a problem within our area.
I'm good.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Take care.
Yes, sir.
Whenever you're ready.
When I say the word agriculture, what comes to your mind? More than likely you imagined a man on a horse with his hat and his robe. However, why didn't you picture a woman or a cowgirl? Howdy y'all, my name's Madeline Moffitt and I'm from Colorado County 4-H. Today I'm speaking on women in the agricultural industry and their impact that they have made. Referring to my question I asked earlier, there's one simple answer to that. It is what we've been taught. You see, through the old books and movies and comics, you see a man, a cowboy if you will, working the land, working his cattle, picking the crops. But little did you know that behind the scenes was a woman planning everything out to make their land more profitable and more valuable. You see, this is a key detail here because women don't get the recognition that they deserve most of the time. Her hands, her land, her legacy. When I say her hands, well, whose hands am I talking about? You see, there is a wide variety of women who have impacted agriculture. They have created inventions and had the idea for certain inventions that have led us to be more profitable and led the values of our agricultural industry strive. One woman I'd like you to introduce today is Anna Baldwin. Anna Baldwin patented and created the first ever automatic milking machine. She grew up on a dairy farm, and in 1956 she got tired of sitting there on a bucket all day milking the cows. It wasn't fast, it wasn't productive, and honestly, it wasn't bringing in as much money as it could. So she had the key idea. The light bulb sparked, and suddenly, boom, invention was there. You see, the milking machine that she created is now our base, core foundation of all milking machines in the dairy world. Another woman I'd like to bring up is Harriet William Russell Strong. Now yes, it's a lot of names, it's a lot to say. However, she was a land conservation person. She was a land stewardess. She fought to make sure that women were included within the agricultural community, as well as learn how to manage her land for her family. You see, she learned what soil was needed to grow what plant, how valuable the plants were, what days would bring in the rain, and how much she needed, how many acres she needed for one herd of cattle. You see, her and her family ran an entire system. And by her using her smarts and figuring it out, she helped benefit us today because we profit off of knowing how much we need. You see, it is important to know that these women are here because it shows that the women aren't afraid to get their hands dirty. Now, that brings me to my next topic, her land. Now, I've already kind of given you an idea of who exactly I'm talking about. However, land. Why land? What does land have to do with any of this? Land is our key foundation here. The earth is everyone's home. We profit off of it, we live on it, and it gives us air. You see, if we don't know anything about what we're doing, our farms aren't going to work. Our operations will not strive. We will not profit. And honestly, we probably wouldn't have lives. You see, women played a key part. While their men were out working in the fields, they sat at home figuring out how many acres they needed, what soil was profitable, and what they could grow. Because we know now that U.S. has a whole different variety of soil. They figured out what soil was used to grow what, and which ones would grow more effectively and produce more. You see, there's the invention, the plow. Everyone knows it was patented by man and built by man, but did you know that Miss Newville was the wife to that man, and she had the first idea of it. She drew it on a piece of paper because she wanted her land to be more profitable. She wanted it to work faster. However, she didn't get her credit. Her husband took the idea, built it, patented it. Because, as they said back then, and carry on today, it's a man's world. But I don't agree with that. I believe that agriculture, I believe that the world, and I believe that community is equality. That brings me to my last and final topic. Her legacy. These women that I've talked about today have brought in an extraordinary amount of help to us. And even though they lived further along before I did, before any of us did, they have helped us. They have built the core foundation. They have made it to where we can profit. They have made our operations easier and more reliable. You see, it's called leaving a legacy. But their legacies are never heard of. That's the problem here. We don't ever get to see the fact that women helped us tremendously within the agricultural history. We need to start learning and empowering. We need to educate ourselves and empower the younger generation that is to come here and fill our spots. Because here's the thing. I myself, from the age of 8 to the age of 12, thought it's a man's job. I can't get my hands dirty. I'm going to sit there and look pretty. Oh boy, was I wrong. I got to the age of 12 and I found out what an extension agent is and what FFA is. And boy, did that change my life. You see, all 3 of my agricultural A&M extension agents are women. And 2 of my 3 FFA advisors are women as well. They are leaving their legacy behind for me to follow in. I have a younger sister, and I am trying to leave my legacy for her. But you see, that's the problem. How are we supposed to leave a legacy when everybody in the agricultural industry doesn't know the history behind everything? Which no person can ever learn everything. No person can have all the knowledge in the world. However, most of the stuff that women have done for us in history is not heard of. There's no recognition given to those wonderful women that we benefit from. So, leaving a legacy means to go out, and even if you're just staying in your hometown, become something. Leave something for someone to follow, man or woman, because ag is inclusive. We are all together in this big world. We all need to work together. We all need to strive together. The legacy is something we need to leave for our upcoming generation to know that ag is for everybody. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
I was trying to read in my mind to come up with a question. What types of concepts or ideas do you feel are legacy worthy?
That is a great question. I feel like anything can really be legacy worthy. You just have to be willing to get out and educate and involve yourself as well as your community. Because here's the thing, the tiniest little shop worker or the biggest farmer can leave something there for somebody. It simply just tracks that your boots can leave.
Current president of the Texas Beef Council is a female. We've only ever had 3 execs of the Texas Beef Council. 2 have been women. Only one's been a man. Nobody's done more for value-based marketing of beef cattle probably in Texas than Minnie Lou Bradley in Memphis, Texas has. Whose job is it to go back in history, find these examples, write them up and tell them?
I really like this question because it's very deeply rooted. You see, it's nobody's job but our own. It is our responsibility to learn about our own history behind what we do and what we're involved in, and it is up to us to be able to go out and educate others. And that's the reason I do what I do, because I love to go speak and I love to tell the true story, and I love people to know, like, this is something that's happening to this day. Even though it has progressed, I will admit, it's still unheard of all the great things that women have done so far.
History tends to be, the doers tend to be pretty busy and too busy to pat themselves on the back and tell the story. So that might be part of the reason why a lot of these stories don't get told, because the people you're talking about were pretty dang busy and didn't take time out to write their own story. I'm gonna ask you another question, and this isn't intended to be funny. You're right, agriculture is for everybody. I spend a lot of time around cattle shows and around events like this. What I notice now is in our room that we had 15 speakers come through earlier, we had 2 boys and 13 girls come through. As we'll watch these shows that come up in every species and every breed food species over the next 3 weeks out here, you're going to find probably 60-65% girl showing. Some breeds, some species, even more than that. Do you think that's an issue? Do you sense an issue? Do you notice that maybe we haven't done as bad a job of showing girls that there's a place in agriculture for them?
You see, so I myself show goats. I've taken notice that there are some things that are mainly women dominated and that women tend to be more inclusive in. But it's all a thing of what they're offered as kids. So if, let's say, there is a young little girl, right, and she has 3 people in front of her. One of them tells her she can sew. One of them tells her that she can learn to be an ag teacher, which is predominantly female, I will say, inclusive. But then one of them says, you can ride bulls. She's not gonna want to go ride bulls. She's gonna pick doing something else because it's not as messy. And like I said, I show goats. I know how messy show life is, but there's simple things, simply, for example, the NFR, that is mainly dominated because it is what women have been told they can and cannot do.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank you for y'all's time.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate it. Could you spell your name for me, please?
M-Y-L-E. M-O-F-F-E-T-T.
There you go, Mom. Call right there.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank y'all for y'all's time.
Appreciate it. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Whenever you're ready.
Lab-grown meat. I don't know about you, but as a cattle woman, hearing those 3 words gives me the chills. But they are 3 words that you are going to start hearing more often. There are some other names that you might hear called: cell-based, cultured, artificial, cultivated, and designer meat. The meat that is grown in labs is better for your health and for the environment. There is a process to grow it, and so much more that could go wrong. Growing meat in labs is raising many questions like, will it be the same? How expensive would it be? What would it look like? And what would happen to our farmers and ranchers? Which is why I have such a personal interest in this new technology. Hi, I'm Jordan Tigert from Dangerfield FFA, and today I would like to discuss lab-grown meat with you. First, let's look at how it is grown. The first step is to extract cells from a live animal via biopsy, but they can also come from a slaughtered animal or a fertilized egg. The cells may be stem cells that could become any part of an animal, or satellite cells that regenerate and repair muscles. Stem cells go on to transform into muscle and fat cells, then meat. It only takes 1 muscle stem cell to create 1 trillion cells. Supporters of lab-grown meat claim that it is healthier for multiple reasons. For one, the environment where the meat is grown is highly controlled, which helps to protect it from microbes and contamination. It does not have antibiotics or zoonotic diseases. Vitamins like B12 could be added, and fatty acids could be replaced with omega-3 fatty acids. Now, although this meat may be healthier, does not mean it is as good or like what we are currently eating. There have been some trials done, and those test subjects did report that it had a texture. This new food is being grown by over 150 companies with an $896 million investment in 2022. O-Meat, for example, is a company that has a cutting-edge process that uses regenerative properties from cow's plasma. Stakeholder Foods uses 3D printers to produce whole cuts of hybrid meat. Then there's Upside Foods. They use biotechnology to get stem cells to differentiate into muscle tissue. Upside Foods received an approval in November of 2022 to start production on lab-grown chicken. In June of 2023, Upside Foods and Good Meat received the go-ahead from the U.S. Department of Agriculture to start producing and selling this chicken. And finally, in July of 2023, diners in San Francisco and Washington, D.C. were the first in the U.S. to try this chicken. Different companies are doing it different ways, but they all use the same basic process. The cells are grown in bioreactors at high volumes and densities, which mimics what goes on in the body. The changes with the cells are in sync with a scaffolding structure. That triggers the immature cell to transform into skeletal muscle, fat, and connective tissues. The new cells will then be harvested, prepared, and packaged. This entire process takes about 2 to 8 weeks, depending on what meat is being cultivated. This is a complicated process, a new and upcoming form of food and technology, and an attempt to better our planet. However, just like anything new, there's questions, speculations, and objections. A new way of doing something definitely has both pros and cons. So let's look at those. Some pros are space, sustainability, animal welfare, and health benefits. Every year, we lose more and more agricultural land to development. So if this technology could help relieve some of that pressure, then it would be beneficial. This technology also allows growers to add vitamins, proteins, and other things we need to make the meat more nutritious. Now, there are also some serious cons to consider, such as public trust in the technology, job losses to agriculture, difference in taste, and the rising question of whether this would affect levels of obesity. Many people do not trust this meat because they see it as unnatural or genetically modified, so they won't eat it. Now, job losses is causing many agriculturists to be against it because it could replace them. The taste is a big one for me, and the problem there is that the meat doesn't have fat. And finally, you may be thinking, why obesity? Well, this meat will be cheaper in the future, so people could buy more and have a higher chance for overconsumption. The United Nations has predicted that by 2050, in order for the world population to be fed, will require a 20% expansion on agriculture's water use. Water is maxed out in many places, with aquifers disappearing and rivers no longer reaching the sea. It will be hard to predict the impact that this meat will have on the world, but even harder to predict if people will eat it. Many religious groups are still trying to decide if this meat would truly be halal or kosher, and even vegans are having ethical objections. Many have issues with the texture, although the taste and smell are similar to the real thing. Cultivated meat is expensive as of right now, and the per unit cost could be much higher than that of normal meat. However, that price has dropped since the first burger years ago, and could continue to do so as the industry grows. There's another major health concern that lies with the cancer-promoting properties of the cells. And all of those are just some concerns you will most likely see brought up in the future. Lab-grown meat. Hopefully not as scary this time. This meat is seen as cruelty-free and environmentally conscious, but there are also some strong objections against it and the effects it will have. Thank you for your time and attention today as we discuss the technology, process, pros, cons, and the unanswered questions of lab-grown meat. Hopefully this has given you some insight into this technology and allows you to think about how you feel.
questions.
I'm not quite sure I know where to begin with this. The topic is very, very pertinent. In the research that you've done and the folks that you've talked to, what is your overall feeling as to how your generation is going to react to this type of process?
So throughout my research and my just trying to gather my knowledgeable understanding of lab-grown meat, so far I have observed and learned that it might not be as readily available to people in my generation. Right now, it is currently marketed more towards those high-end people, but it is not consistently being marketed because it's being pulled back off the market. They're trying different things, trials, studies, all those different things to make it into the best product that they can. So when it is finally marketed to everybody, high incomes, low incomes, all walks of life and different things like that, my generation, I believe that we will take it as something new that we should consider, because many young agriculturists like me understand that conventional beef does take more acreage and land and time and different things like that, and I personally understand that through my own raising of steer calves and different things, and know that one day we will run out of land, because we are running out of land, and so we need to start looking and considering other options while we still have that time to experiment and add vitamins, proteins, and try different things out so that we can get the best sellable product that we can. So I do believe that when it is fully on the market for everybody, that people in my generations and all generations will look at it as something that is an alternative and it's not trying to replace conventional, grass-fed, organic, natural, all your other forms of beef, and that it is just something that is an option out there and that we should consider, and it is something that can help agriculturists in a way of relieving the stress off of them because they're not trying to produce more on less acreage.
Jordan, we produce 38 million head-fed cattle in this country every year. Average sellable beef product is in the neighborhood of 600 pounds from each end. That gives us 20 billion pounds of beef that we produce every year. Every different kind of cut. What do you think is the timetable, based on your research, for meaningful cuts to my livelihood that comes from cell-grown meat?
So from my research, I do not believe that this will impact as heavily as many do believe it will. Now there will be a shift in your consumer preferences and your sell prices, just because there is another competition out there on the market. But I do believe that it will be years. My best guess would have to be by maybe 2030, due to the fact that they started this project in 2022 of November when they first got the approval, and they started working on the chicken and the different things like that. So since it is not readily available to consumers and they're still trying different things, your more traditional farmers and ranchers, like you mentioned that you were, I do believe that they will suffer a loss in the near future. But I do believe, because conventional, grass-fed, and all those other forms of beef have more research behind them, there's more support, and they have been around for so much longer, that I do believe that they will be able to adjust to those losses if there are any significant losses. Many people, like I mentioned, are still unsure about this, so there will not be hundreds of thousands of people rushing to the grocery store to try this. It will be small droves of people at first, and then more people may go and try it, but many people will also consider your more conventional beef products. I myself, if I had the option today, just knowing where my beef comes from and raising it myself with my Market County steers, I would most likely turn to my conventional grass-fed beef instead of the lab-grown product, because I know I have that option and that we have been doing that for hundreds of years, and that is what our country was built up on, and that is how we have done things. So I know it is a trusted process. But I do believe that many of your larger ranchers will feel the impact more than most of your smaller people, but I do not believe it will decrease those numbers in a large way that many are thinking, because most people are still unsure about it at this time.
Beef production, meat production in this country is a very highly regulated industry. Are you aware of any recent developments in the legal or the legislative sector that would deal with lab-grown meat, specifically here in Texas?
Yes, sir. So currently there is not a good deal of legislation and regulations from the FDA and different companies like that and different organizations like that just because it's not out on the market. I read an article last year that said that the Texas legislation especially was pushing a bill to where they had to specifically label that product as lab grown and list the process it went through, list all of the things that it had to undergo to become that sellable product. So much of the legislation that you see happening right now is concerning the labeling and what they can do, because they don't want them to start putting things in it without the government knowing and the FDA knowing, because then that would make that product more unsafe and many people would trust it less. So much of the legislation, I do not remember what Senate bill it was or what the title of it was because I read it so long ago. But I do know that they are starting to crack down on how they are labeling it and how they will be labeling it in the future so that they can be more transparent in the product that they are selling.
From the standpoint that traditional agriculture is the production of food and fiber, do you feel like lab-grown meat still falls within agriculture?
I do still feel that it will fall in the general title of agriculture, but I do believe that when you start breaking things down into subcategories and looking at it from a different perspective, that it would be more based on the technology side of things, because you're not going outside and looking at it every day like you would grazing cattle on pasture and different things like that. So I do believe that it would fall under that rooftop of agriculture, just because you are having to start that process from getting the stem cells and different things from the fertilized egg, the live animal, slaughtered animal, and different things like that. And the things that they are having to do and study would fall somewhere in between, because they're having to, study your live animals to determine how that process, how they're making grass turn into a steak and different things like that. But I still feel that it would be in its own separate subcategory when you started looking at the nitty-gritty of things. But it would be traditionally considered agriculture in a sense, just because of the roots of how it is done and how it has to get its start to become what it is.
Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you.
They're ruining our lives. These chicken cell growing scientists devoted to feeding New York City's Upper East Side. All the people who want organic, cage-free, hormone-free, grass-fed, and now not even fed, but grown in a lab meat. As agriculturalists, we hold in high esteem values like independence and work ethic. Yet we have so many unsolved problems and only so much ability in ourselves. We say, we're running out of land, yet there's more mouths to feed. Less space, more need, demand for supply that we simply don't have. We want to boast all day of the good in agriculture. Good which, listen carefully, certainly does exist. But here I have the privilege to talk to you as fellow agriculturalists, and we are both already well versed in the golden era of our industry. So, shouldn't we, independent, hardworking agriculturalists, admit when we're standing in our own way? New technology is taking over, and trending on Americans' For You page is lab-grown meat. There are 156 companies working on growing their own meat, so we have to make a choice. Do we blow off new innovations as untraditional and countercultural? Or do we find a way to see eye to eye with people who we view as so different from us, when our end goals may be the same? Today we will explore why, as traditional agriculturalists, it's so easy to hate lab-grown meat, how lab-grown meat could be paving the way for the future, and what it would mean to compromise. To begin, why are traditional agriculturalists, myself included, prone to hate lab-grown meat? English literary critic Cyril Connolly once said, "Hate is the consequence of fear." We fear something before we hate it. A young boy who fears noise grows into a man who hates noise. I imagine standing in front of my house. Cattle before me, behind me, to my right and left. I see my little twin brothers ride past on their bikes. And imagine the hundreds of children, just their age, that will be fed because of the work my family does on our comparatively minuscule amount of land. So I, like a 2-year-old who did not get her way, stamped my foot saying, "You will not take this from me." It's perfectly rational to be afraid of something like lab-grown meat, when what is proposed is the idea of a complete shift from the way humankind has lived since ever, to a kind of sci-fi fiction on the path to mirror Disney's robot-focused WALL-E. Aren't Americans relying on technology enough? Aren't there enough 7-year-olds playing on their iPads? Does meat have to be cultivated using new technology as well? But topping any prejudice against the strangeness of the concept is fear that this new innovation is going to put us out of business. And then what will we do when the joy is sapped from meat production? When I don't get to go outside to see my family's 6,000 head drenched in the October sunset. Second, how could lab-grown meat be paving the way for the future? Like it or not, the golden state of California is already home to the 2 cultivated meat companies that are approved for sale in the US. Upside Foods and Eat Just are already USDA and FDA approved. Their product has been served in several restaurants, and they're staying determined. Upside's statement is as follows: "We're cultivating a more efficient, more humane, and more future-friendly way to produce high-quality, delicious protein for food lovers everywhere." And they mean everywhere. Alternative applications for this product exist in abundance. For example, a young man in South Korea is working on infusing cultivated meat into rice, which makes it higher in protein. The hope is that this hybrid product could serve as help in times of famine or even as military ration. Taking an even more creative approach, the European space industry is experimenting with utilizing cultivated meat in space in order to sustain astronauts on long-term missions. Aside from these alternative applications, cultivated meat could help to alleviate supply shortages here in the US. After all, we are running out of land. According to Farmland Partners, the US has been losing 4.3 acres of farmland per minute for the last 20 years. Could this be the solution we haven't been able to find while chasing our own tails? Could lab-grown meat help to fill in the gap in production? The world is changing at a bullet train pace. Why is agriculture the only industry where innovation is not seen as a good thing? Third, what would it mean to compromise? How do we admit that we still need help feeding the world when we are still so terrified that lab-grown meat is going to leave us unemployed? As an agriculturalist myself, I'm happy to reassure you that according to a recent survey from the University of Chicago, over half of Americans said they would not at all be willing to try this product, as it just sounds weird and they weren't sure it would be safe. Italy has banned its production, Florida and Alabama followed in their footsteps, and Arizona, Tennessee, Nebraska, South Dakota, and Texas are looking to do the same. That's to say, Americans want their homegrown beef. That's to say, these companies can't take our businesses from us if they wanted to, and they may. I can stay confident that people across the US and beyond want my family's cattle for their traditionally produced beef. Besides, where would people be without their fire extinguisher, nail polish, baseballs, and makeup, all made from the byproducts of cattle? Cattle are valuable for more than their meat, even if the lab-grown companies don't realize it. With this perspective, we can relax a little, even when the market is bad due to drought, lack of natural resources, and other factors. Again, We can scream all we want about the city slickers in Los Angeles, California trying to change the way we live. But I think it's time we consider that different passions can work together to solve the same problem. My passion is cattle, theirs is computers, but the world is hungry, and we both have the heart to feed it. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations says that global protein production needs to increase by 30 to 40% by the year 2050 in order to keep pace with population growth and dietary changes. Now is not the time to stubbornly insist I can do it myself. We have now explored why, as traditional agriculturalists, it's so easy to hate lab-grown meat, how lab-grown meat could be paving the way for the future, and what it would mean to compromise. In the end, it's not about my own opinions, however strong they may be, not about livestock and labs or making everyone else see just how great agriculture is. Let's focus on how we can work together to produce more steaks before we find ourselves living in a world full of lives at stake. Thank you.
I'm going to start general and get back specific. Is agriculture really scared of innovation?
Yes, sir, I believe that it is. Though I've seen on my family's own cattle operation, we have been able to use innovation to adapt and be successful with the changing times. The feedback that I've seen is that ranchers are scared of this product. That really goes down even to the state level of people wanting to ban it. We're currently in our 89th legislative session here in Texas, and someone from the Brazos Valley, from my hometown, has proposed that we ban lab-grown meat. While I agree with them, and I believe that that would be so much better for our industry, I think it shows a root of fear inside of us.
First of all, can we get your name?
McKenna Johnson. MakennaJohnson. Yes, sir.
I want you to contrast what you believe are traditional ranchers' attitudes towards lab-grown beef with both traditional agriculture's attitude and consumer response to plant-based meat substitutes.
Yes, sir. So how traditional agriculturalists view lab-grown meat and how consumers view plant-based meat? Or how agriculturalists view plant-based meat? Yes, sir. I think that it's very similar. I think there's also a big misconception about what the difference is of the two. Plant-based meat, totally fake meat, made from plants. Lab-grown meat, taken from the cells of animals, grown in bioreactors, the same protein content, same content as regular beef. However, I think that our response to them is pretty similar. However, I think lab-grown meat can feel a little bit more threatening because it is the real thing. And so we're afraid that Americans are going to want to choose this product over our own. However, the statistics have shown that the average American just doesn't want it. They're kind of grossed out by it. So while these companies are making a lot of efforts to make their products seem more appetizing, I don't really think we have something to be afraid of.
Where would someone be able to get samples of these meats now? And with some of the bans that have been in place, are they able to be imported across state lines?
Yes, sir. So right now it's not commercially available in the U.S. It was in 2024. However, those marketing strategies have ended with hopes of getting it onto grocery store shelves in 2025. However, with the new administration, there's going to be some more rigorous process going up. It's going to be harder for them to receive FDA approval. So I don't think we'll see it on our grocery store shelves here in America anytime soon. However, it is available for sale in Singapore right now. A pound of lab-grown chicken retails for $4.50 over there. However, it cannot be imported over to the United States because these bans actually include the ownership of it as also being illegal, which I found really fascinating.
Well-written law, if that's what your goal is. If our horrible, hidebound, traditionalist, selfish, greedy ranchers in the United States and our friends in Congress and in state legislatures are successful and we choke this off in the cradle, are there other potential sources of nutrient-dense, protein-rich foods out there to meet the WHO's or FAO's estimate of all of this extra protein we have to produce?
Sir, I think that's a great question. I don't believe that ranchers in themselves are greedy or selfish. They're looking to provide for their families. I've seen that on my own family's cattle operation. It's something that I was afraid of when I first started looking into it, because I know it's necessary that we need to continue to produce this beef in order to feed not only our own family but a growing population. If we were to cut out lab-grown meat, I think we can see as the pattern is going, it's going to get increasingly difficult for us to be continuing to produce a protein that can feed our population. And because it is identical to animal protein, it's hard to find that amount of protein in other sources. They've tried to replicate it in plant-based sources, but that's a lot more difficult.
There's a lot of discussion that's out there about the advocating for lab-grown product or lab-produced product because of the water requirements. But in your research, which appears to be pretty significant, what are the energy requirements, specifically the electricity requirements, to produce lab-grown beef?
Yes, sir. So right now, lab-grown meat is seen as a green initiative, which a lot of people really want to support. However, currently, they don't have the funds to make their product eco-friendly because of that, the technology that they need. If you wanted to power it by wind or solar or another renewable energy, that's going to be a lot more expensive. So because of that, the greenhouse gas emissions are currently higher for lab-grown meat than they are for agriculture or for traditional big agriculture chain.
I'm good. She answered all of them as I was clicking them off.
I think we're good.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
I believe that concludes our presentations.